Alright, hello everybody, I'm Ken from KPC Studios. I'm here to demonstrate some alla prima painting for everybody. If you can see in the back here, I know it's blurry, but I have some dragon fruit still life here set up, just two pieces. So today I'm going to try to do a fairly quick painting of this, but the dragon fruit's new for me, and so it's something I saw in the grocery store today, and I thought I'd give it a try. There's some interesting elements to it, though, that could be a little bit challenging, I think. But we'll get right into it here. To start with, I like to start with just a white and a lot of liquid. I go ahead and I use it very loosely, and I try to find my composition. Just thinking of it gestorially. I don't try to get detailed right away. I used to do that in my younger version of myself, and I still do if I'm doing like a layering painting where you have a lot of attention to detail. You're trying to go for like transparent layers and maintain sharp detail all the way through. And the transparent layers, when you work traditionally, it has a lot of what we call luminosity to it, because the light kind of goes through it, it hits the ground and then comes back and it glows. Whereas with straight painting, you can get that effect, but it's a lot more difficult. You kind of have to pre-plan it a little bit better, have like a lighter surface underneath, and then go over it quickly with like a transparent color, real intense. So there are some strategies that you can have. Now, alla prima, for the most part, is what we consider, wet on wet, or one sitting. So when we do a one sitting painting, the layering doesn't really work. It doesn't dry like acrylics, and then you do another layer on top. With oils, it stays wet the whole time. It does tack up a little bit as you continue working it, though. Well, depending on your media that you're using, your medium. I'm using liquid. They are not representing me in any way, or I'm not representing them. It's just a medium that over the years I've grown accustomed to using. I think Gamblin has something called, it's neomeglit or meglit. It's a similar, it's an alkyd, though. Alkyd paints are very similar to oils and how they feel and work, but they dry overnight. So the chemicals that they have into it, they're oil based, but with oil paint, you're waiting for the paint to harden, and it usually takes at least a week, if not a couple of weeks. It is recommended that you use a medium of some sort. You can do traditional mediums, for example, and they'll have a lot more flexibility as far as you could do a wet on wet painting with traditional media, for example, that covers 2 days. So you could sit there the paint will stay wet for days, and so you can work all day and then come in the next day and it'll still be wet. You can continue working. But it does help speed it up nonetheless a little bit. And then, you get to traditional stuff, you can mix in dryers that make everything a little bit better as far as that goes. But there's a lot to it. So liquid's easy. You don't have to worry about all the recipes or all the different combinations or timing and all that necessarily. So what I find is it's kind of an easy go-to, especially when you got a lot of other things going on. You can kind of just use that. The paint will usually dry by the next day. I have, even though it shouldn't really matter, but when it's real humid out, like in the summer, it seems like it takes longer to set. But winters, it dries really, really quickly. So this composition's not too fancy. I originally actually started recording earlier, and I had them next to each other, and it was just too long of a composition. So I wiped it out and I started over. rearranged them. So I tilted this guy up so he's laying on top of the other, pointed up. But composition, that's an interesting thing. Normally we don't, well, it's not recommended that you take and put objects together. Now in this composition though, they're taking up a large amount of the space. So I'm kind of zooming in on them. They're almost like two big water balloons here. And because of that, the continuation line that they have and their assembly weaves in and out nicely, I feel, visually to make the space. So I am going to be cutting the composition off almost like a camera, in the sense they're sitting on a plate. A lot of times in my paintings I like to show the plate as much as I can. But if I do that, then it's just these two things sitting on the plate, kind of in a distance type thing. And then they are kind of just merged together. So I figure I'll go the opposite, break that rule a little bit, but not really, because I'm dealing with a lot of dynamic movements here. These fins, for example, within the dragon fruit, they create nice movement and twirl. And direction. So we got another one like right here. And these all move. They all create a direction of sorts. So, when it comes to composition, so what is composition, right? And so I always get that question, how do you know, there are some templated type strategies, there's like, the triangular composition, or, how you do balances, asymmetrical, symmetrical, in a way. That's kind of what I'm doing here. It's balanced, but yet it's, asymmetrical in a way. Similar weights, but there's enough difference that it's creating movement from one to the other, in my opinion. So there's arguments as far as what's symmetrical and what's not. There's things like the golden ratio. That's another thing people talk about, which that's kind of a hard thing to be a template on. I feel, but it's kind of like the Fibonacci sequence, and you see pattern, and it follows this like 3-2 ratio kind of ruling, kind of thing, as it goes. But it's also very similar to like the rule of thirds that we do today in modern day composition. So there's all these different, strategies that way. But ultimately, the way I see composition is, it's a strategy really, and how do you keep the viewer in play, So if you do something just centered, it's boring, right? It's like, it's there. You can pull out detail. It's solid, right? You could say it's a solid composition, stable, but it's also kind of boring, So when you're painting, you want to kind of think about that a little bit. How do you make it interesting compositionally for the viewer? And a lot of times the more successful compositions are asymmetrical. And so there'll be a balance that's off that causes tension, so the viewer has a lure, if you will, to or a discomfort. They don't feel comfortable just leaving it. They're enticed to stay a while and look at what's going on, what's causing that. It's kind of like when you go into a store and they have the right-hand door locked. It's like, all of a sudden you're more apprehensive. It's like, why do they do that? And then you walk in. If it was open, and casual, you just walk in and mentally you don't really think much of it, and you go into the store not being aware of, you just kind of go about your business. But it causes also, you're not looking around as much. You're not looking at what's on the shelves or on the displays as much, and all that kind of stuff. So so there's psychology to it in a lot of cases. Okay. So I'm feeling pretty good here. Let me raise this corner so the corner's in play. I do want that visible. So I'll raise this edge here. And, you know, it's okay to take some freedoms. You know, you don't always have to, you know, do everything perfect that's in front of you. Especially if it's just like something like a plate. But if it's a person, you don't want to go shortening their forearm to make their hand fit. You know, that, I mean, there's things that you want to maintain as far as, you know, rules to go by in art, representational art, and, you know. But, you know, maybe it's symbolic, you know, so there's always something. Again, you know, try to keep your brush loaded as much as possible. When you first start, it's always a little, you know, stiff, it's sticky a little bit. The dry surface likes to drag a little bit. It is why a lot of people do like using terps to begin with. You know, it's more akin to watercolor. It just kind of glides on. But if you do, you know, you got to have some pretty good ventilation going. So that's the warning with you working with terps. You know, it could cause headaches and stuff. Brain damage. So I always like to keep a let me see here, I got a camera in the way. Q-tip here so I can just clean up things, so if I'm a little excessive anywhere, just to clean it up. When I work this way though, you know, it looks like a lot of white because it's on a dark surface, but really it's not. You know, it's just showing that way, and so it doesn't really change the colors that much when I paint into it. You know, I think a lot of people might be thinking that when they look at it. Now, another thing with this, when it comes to like artistic license a little bit, I am going to be, and this one I think I'm going to just make the background a little bit more neutral. I think I'm going to go darker on this side and lighter on this side a little bit, just to vary it a little bit so it's not a flat tone. In the past couple of videos I've done, excuse me, I have like bookshelves back here, and I've been putting them in there because it does add variety to the image, but it's not really, you know, it doesn't really go with themes and all that other stuff, so it's really not a good example to be doing. So, you know, I'll try to do something a little bit more tonally based. Okay, so I'm going to jump right in here. With the color, what I like to do is I like to work back to front. So, so in this case, the backgrounds in here anyhow, in my room, my setting, they've all been kind of on the blue-purple. And I might go a little darker than I have in the past couple paintings, just because I don't plan on, you know, rendering anything back there that has any kind of structure to it, really. So, and because we're working with the dragon fruit is kind of like a purple maroon color, and because of that, I'm going to go a little green in the mix. Now, one of the things I want to point out here, though, is the palette I'm working on. So, if you look, when I stretch the color out, you can kind of see, you know, this is, you know, the what you might call the transparency of the color, but you can see the color because there's, you know, a piece of white paper underneath the palette here. So you see that light bounce back and you can see the color. Now, what this doesn't help me with, it helps me with the mixing, but what it doesn't help me with is when I go to put it on. And so when I go to put this on, this is actually going to look kind of like a hole. So I'll start here, and I'll block that in. But you see how dark that is, you know, and it's because I have a dark area behind it already, you know, the imprimatura. So, you know, so even though it doesn't seem like the right thing to do, I'm going to add a little bit of titanium white to this to give it some body. And if it's too powerful, you can start, you know, experimenting, or you should experiment with other whites. There's zinc white you can play with. Zinc white tends to be a cool type white, but it's very silky. So when you work with it, it has a silkiness to it, a silky quality. And they added a little bit too much white. So I'm going to darken this up here a little bit more. And I'm just using Viridian Green and Alizarin Crimson for this. But I'll just mix it right into that white. And then the other one, well, it comes in different types. But it's like the lead white. A lot of people refer to it as flake white. Flake white's not really just lead, though. It's got zinc white added to it. But it's Kremitz white, which is the lead white. And then they add a little bit of zinc to it. And then that together makes what we call the flake white. Now, I use flake white quite a bit in my paintings. I don't use it so much in direct painting. It does have its advantages. So one of them is it allows you to mix color, so it doesn't necessarily get too bleached, or so titanium white bleaches everything really easily. So if you're having like bleaching problems or anything like that, maybe experiment with either zinc white or the flake white. Now flake white, they do make hue, so meaning HUE. So you'll see it as flake white hue. Now, when you see that, that's the safe version. They're not using actual lead for that. It's a hue, so it means it's the color of. And I don't know. I found it to work okay. For color mixing purposes, I think that's really why they made it. So it does its job for that. So if you're trying to add it to a color and you don't want it to go like super super chalky or bleached out, the hue will do that job pretty well. What it lacks though is if you're using flake white traditionally, and that's how I use it. I use it as underpainting structures and texture, and then I glaze over it once it dries. And the hue is really not good for that, I found. It doesn't have the same quality of nature to it. Regular flake white has a tendency to have this kind of building up. So when you're making like trying to paint out a structure, and just the white, you can really model it really nicely with the flake white. And the nice thing is, as it dries, it actually gets even more transparent, and the areas that you were doing like highlights in really kind of become more three-dimensional, which is really a nice aspect to it. But with the hue, it doesn't really work that way, unfortunately. At least I found it to be. It's almost too much like zinc white, and it's more even in application, but it's not bad. They still do pretty good with it. So if you're looking for safe, I would go with the hue. But try out different whites. They're there for you. So this other side I'm going to make a little darker. I'm just going to add more red to it. It's going to be a little bit more purple side. A little bit, get a little white. A little too dark. And I'll go back into these later too. When I use the medium with the paint tends to stiffen up a little bit as you work. So I like blocking in what we refer to as the local color. So that's when your first layer of color. And if you're real skill oriented and you could do really nice detail right away, you could literally, your first layer of color could include highlight, shading, and texture with that. So that, it saves you time in the long run. But a lot of people can't do that, and it becomes kind of messy if they do try to do that. They end up trying to put in too many colors in the beginning, and then all of a sudden they end up with kind of like a muddy mess. So what I found is, and even if you can't do any colors, at least do the one. So always try to identify the base color, whatever it is you're looking at. And there's a lot of grays and stuff like that. I do recommend trying to find a color in that though. So like for example, the background, it is like when I look at it, it's pretty gray, but there's a little color in it. So what I'm doing is I'm really boosting that color here, and so this is almost like a blue purple. That's almost, like a, I don't know, emerald green, but it's a phthalo blue, and so you can see that color. I'm exaggerating it, and I found it's good, to exaggerate color in painting. It is a painting after all. But it all depends what you're going for. Some people, that is painting as far as trying to do trompe l'oeil and make all the colors perfect, and how do you make it look just like real, and that's the fun of painting for them. I find that I can go that far, but I tend to not be able to do the trompe l'oeil as convincingly as many. So I go the opposite, and I embellish it with the color when I can. So, and also too, I have, and I'm just going to say this as, I don't know, advice maybe, but I have seen an awful lot of like artists kind of like lose their, let's call it composure, because things aren't working out, and and this can develop over weeks, where, and I find it with the artists that try to work really perfectly, in everything they do. And they'll slowly get more and more stressed out and bent out of shape and everything because things aren't working for whatever reason it's not working. So so I do have a cautionary tale there. Just I don't think it's worth it. And so realism is as long as to me, realism is as long as you can identify what it is that you're looking at. This should be good enough. So, now here I'm going to go to the plate next, and the plate, it's more like a midnight, kind of like, I don't know, blue almost. It's a square plate, but it has a lot more red in it, but it's also purple, and blue. It all depends. It's kind of a cool glaze they have on it. This one I'm going to probably generalize a little bit more as I'm laying it down. I'm just going to keep it to this purple at first. Make a correction there in a minute. Always keep your, well, this is a recommendation, of course, but always keep your first layer as thin as you can. And the reason for that is because you'll be going back into it. And if you have a lot of paint, and you're trying to make it lighter, it's going to be, a lot harder. And that is why it is kind of recommended, if you can, on your first layer, to try to at least get the highlights, midtones, and shadows in, so that you're not like blocking in this local color that may be all dark, and then you have to go in for highlights, and then you find out that it's not working because the highlights are mixing too much with that darker layer, and it's just not coming to fruition. But again, if you can't, it's okay. If you keep it thin, you shouldn't run into any problems. And that's why it's advised to keep it thin at first. You will be going into this later. And even after it dries too, just because, Well, so the thing with alla prima painting is, a lot of people like to put themselves in a genre. It's kind of like plein air painting. Well, it's the same thing, really. So plein air is outside, and and you're like, oh yeah, I did that one sitting, and then it's kind of like that thing where, it's a mark of achievement in a way because you did all your corrections and you completely started it and finished it within that one setting. Um, and a lot of artists do kind of work to rules like that so that they can maintain their or stay within their genre. It's like an honor system, but it's important for a lot of artists not to break that. But then a lot of painters they're really not thinking about it in that term. They're just really thinking about making a painting. And so they'll do the painting, and work on it for 4 hours, and they'll get it close to done. But then they'll come back in once it either dries or, like I was saying earlier, they might be using a medium that keeps it wet for, weeks or or at least a week, and then they can work on it while it's still wet all week. In that case, then they're technically still doing alla prima. So there's some ways to still stay in that, but the reason that you want to let it dry in most cases is because you just can't add anything more because the mix is so wet. It's just not cooperating anymore. You can't get it lighter than you need to, or maybe it's the darkness. You're struggling. You can always wipe it out, but usually what's happening is that it's just too much paint at a certain point that's on there, and you gotta let it set. Now this is a highlight that's kind of more in blue. And for me here in this demonstration, I'm not going to worry about going into super detail this first layer. I'm going to try to do a little bit of highlighting, but I'm trying to think more in color. And so the highlight has a different type of blue than the shadow. The shadow's more purple. Even over here, it's a little bit more blue. And right now it's blending quite a bit in with the background. So in the next pass, I'm going to go into the background. I think it's a little bit more orange or green orange to separate this plate color-wise from the background a little bit more. Okay, now I'm going to do the underside of the plate. This part is, it's from my view here, it's pretty dark. So I'm just going to go ahead and block that in. It's kind of blue right now. Let me put some more red in it. Maybe some liquid. I don't personally use black when I paint. I only use it like if I'm doing like a large work, like I did a couple murals a couple years ago. I did use black in those, and it was, to me, it was kind of just easier because of the mixing and everything. But like for the studio stuff, I prefer working with the temperatures, like so when you're doing mixes, creating that temperature of the shadow or the mix. Whereas with black, you can always add color to it, I suppose, but it's just too convenient in a lot of ways working with it. And then you just add the color for the shadow, and I don't know. White and black both desaturate color. Well, any color desaturates the other color, really, but black and white on their own are really neutral. And once you put the color into the mix, they're less than neutral. They're actually they kind of work to put things into the back. They don't come forward, in other words, when you add the colors to them necessarily. So just keep that in mind. It's all within measure, though. So so with oil paints, for example, you do need to a lot of times add white to every color just to get it to the color because the paints are so dark when they come out of the tube. But And, you know, you can kind of say the same for the black, but I don't know. I just, you know, I found it a good lesson to adhere to. It keeps you more color-minded throughout the whole process. Okay. So now, this is sitting on a box. I've been using a wooden box in my studio here. So, and I'm just going to keep it generic. We're not showing much of the box this time around. The past couple paintings I did, we showed, you know, quite a bit of the box. I'm going to add actually lemon yellow to this, so it's a little faded. I'm going to start. Well, that's actually, I gotta get lighter. A little bit more white to it, a little bit more yellow. There we go. Okay. And I'm, you know, taking this off the image too. So, and then by the time it's framed, you know, this image will be pretty cropped in to the fruit itself. If anyone's wondering about the stick I'm using here, it's, you know, think of it as kind of like a bridge. I don't know if you use it for drawing ever, but it's a way to keep your work stable. So otherwise, if you're working for a long time and you're not using anything, you know, it can cramp your shoulder after a bit. But I have found it really is like an important tool for me as far as keeping things steady. I just set the stick on the floor, and you know, it allows me to just kind of move it back and forth, and it has a nice steadying nature to it. But it also allows me to do detail when I need to, much more aptly. So, but it's just a stick. You know, it's you know, you'll see books, you know, that will depict the artist working like in Renaissance or something, and a lot of times the stick will have a sock or a ball, you know, a cloth ball at the end of it. You know, it's really the same thing, you know, and they used to use that ball with the cloth, so because the artists that worked really big, they would have to rest it literally on either the canvas or the board they were working on. Because, you know, the stick wasn't long enough to go on top of the edge, so it kind of protected it that way. But, you know, it is a tool that you'll find, and they'll even sell it in some art stores. You know, and that's the thing, you don't need to, you know, I recommend just, you know, go into Lowe's or Home Depot or whatever, and, you know, just get a piece of quarter round. Same thing, you know, if you want to put a cloth, you know, sock at the end of it yourself, you know, I'd say go for it. I think I'm just going to get rid of this little sliver here. It's distracting. Once it's framed, it will hardly be showing, so. Okay, so that's the beginning of the shadow here underneath the plate. I'm going to extend this a little bit more. So my next time around, I'll go make the depth of the shadow here a lot more dark. Okay. Now we'll get into the actual dragon fruit itself. For this, I think I'm going to start it a little bit more like a drawing. So I'm going to go with the alizarin crimson. A little bit of this dark that I have been using, and I think that's it for now. So it's just a matter of mapping things first. So I have a feel for structure. So with structure in painting, I mean, you find it in art everywhere, but in the drawing and the painting, one of the ways to think of it is the cross contour. So the way in which you make your mark to represent volume, if you will. And so, it's with painting, it's really imperative. You don't want to be in the habit of outlining things with painting. There's an awful lot of people that do when they first start, especially. They kind of like draw it in, and then they kind of do these washes, and they're really relying heavily on the line work of their underdrawing or the outlines and stuff. But painting's a different thing altogether, really. It's with painting, you want to think of it as in terms of volume, mass. What defines an edge is really two tonal values coming together and two colors coming together. How the light comes forward or around a piece, defining it in space. You shouldn't be relying so much on outlines when you're in painting. So keep that in mind. You can outline to start with, but once you start coloring in, you want to kind of start thinking a little bit more about how you're filling the space in mass and doing your shading that way. And I have to apologize about my throat is really croggy here, and I don't know why. It's like after I ate dinner, it was really hoarse, and so I was singing in the car earlier today, so maybe that's what did it. But yeah, so it's trying to clear my throat here occasionally. And then as far as just a side note on the videos here themselves, I'm hoping the quality's been getting better a little bit. I'm relatively new to doing this. I did start doing some last year over the summer, but things started up again for me. So I teach, and once school starts back in session, it's harder for me to get into things, and I was just really starting, and so I just let everything go until this summer. But I picked up kind of where I left off, and I invested into some new cameras and looking at what the issues were, and so every time I've been doing another recording here, I've been improving on things, and I think I have the quality of the painting surface down now. So what you guys are seeing is brush marks. I mentioned this in my last recording. I had to go in and change my camera settings. It was set for autofocus, and I was thinking it would be focusing in, but it was weird. It was focusing in on this wood grain, so it was looking for something a little bit more detailed, I guess. And so the painting was kind of, it was in focus, but it really wasn't. So it was kind of like this weird, it almost felt like a 90s, standard definition kind of focus. So, anyhow, so I fixed it to manual, and I've been able to focus it before I start, and I think that's working. For the better. So hopefully that is. And then today, so what I was doing, how I start, and I look at, I try to show the still life, and the past actually few videos I did, I was trying to use these cameras here, but they're so stationary, and then I can't really focus them either, because two of them are autofocus, and then this main camera, I don't want to mess around with focusing it in the middle of things, so So I'm going to take a picture of the still life this time around and include it in the editing. So that'll be that improvement there. A little by little, as they say. But I think it is. But I got all the hardware issues, I think, worked out finally, and so that did take a little bit of the summer. So I should be able to do this semester more readily. I can just sit down and start, kind of thing. Now, working dark to light is kind of like one of the tenets of painting. There's a lot of good reasons for it. I do tend to start that way. Right now, you're kind of seeing an example of that. I'm using this purple kind of in a drawing fashion. I'm finding the details of everything, but really I'm focusing on the shadowed areas. So when I start laying on the paint here with highlights and stuff, I'll work into these areas and I'll be able to do transitions out of it. So I found this to be an easy way to work, especially for underpaintings. Especially like the monochromatic underpainting. And so a lot of people refer to it as grisaille. And so you just really need to set up like 3 tones, 4 tones. And then, you start with the darks, but then you go to the midtones and then you go to the highlights. But, one of the things I think it's important to mention with that is you don't want to cover everything with the darks, and I was kind of trying to talk about that a little earlier there with blocking the local color. If you have to, sure, but the issue is then you gotta kind of compete with that color that you put down later. So what happens is if you put dark over everything, then now when you try to go lighter, you have to go and mix into that dark. So it's recommended to just put the dark up to a certain area of, so it'll be like really dark here, and then I'm blocking it up to here, but when I go to put the midtones in, I'll start right about here, for example, and then I'll blend that way, and then I'll have a room for the highlights yet still. So I always try to plan out where your highlights are so that you don't run into these issues where you have to combat the color with mixing onto the canvas or the board as you work. So it's always kind of a struggle if you're not careful. I'm going to shorten this here a little bit. There we go. Bring this down. Always keeping an eye on what it is you're doing. So don't, try not to go into autopilot and just start painting or drawing, whatever it is that you're doing. If you're doing representational, try to always reference what it is you're looking at as much as you can. It's very easy to get carried away, and next thing you know, you're not really painting what it is that you have set up. So always take some time and effort, and then double check too. So like, for example, I just went through everything. Now I'm looking back at everything in measurement, and there's certain things, elements that I have to make corrections for. You can always fix as you work, though. But I like to think of it as in terms of while you're working, always make the corrections as you see them. Try not to say, "Oh, I'll change it later." Fix it now. Okay. It's looking fairly good. Okay. So now I'll try to mix a little white into that. The dragon fruit is very kind of like intensely pink. So the alizarin, knowing it so far, it's kind of like a crimson. It has a maroonish quality to it. So today on the palette, I added a little bit of a rose color to help. And if you don't have that, magenta also would work pretty well. But we're just going for that more vibrant, cheekier, if you will, color. It's almost like a purple. And this now I'll work from the shadows that I laid out. And this dragon fruit, anyhow, is very smooth. I did see some in the store that did have a lot of, I don't know, aging to them. And so they were a little bit more textural, I guess would be a word. But I chose not to grab those just simply because I didn't know when I was going to get to paint. I didn't know how long these guys are going to last. So it just happened that I found time here tonight to work on this. So yeah, and so that's another thing maybe to think about too. So if you are just starting to paint and get into learning how to paint, one of the things that I found helpful over the years is allocating time. And so and I say this only because there's this tendency for us to think that we can just put an hour or two into something, and yeah, we can, the issue with that though is you kind of get into the groove, it takes a while to set up. So in a way it's like you spend, half that time just getting it ready and getting up to the point where you're really interacting with the work and stuff. So it's really more beneficial, I found, if you can give yourself at least 3 hours, if not, try to aim, if you can get a whole afternoon, day out of it, so that you're working for the complete afternoon or complete morning, and then if you're real fortunate, you work all day. Into the night too. And so that's another, when I was in college, it was the weekends were like that. So I'd wake up, do a morning shift, do an afternoon shift, and then I'd work in the evening until 10 or 11, and that's when people started getting together and hanging out and stuff. But during the school week, I always found it was difficult because you had all these other classes and, events and all this stuff, or meetings. So it was, the weeks were really kind of hard to get things done, at least well. And it's partly because of what I was saying there. It's like a lot of the work was being done in these chunks of time. And they weren't, I was never getting into that zone space. And it was the weekend where things really shined, if you will. And I don't know if you can see it in the videos too, with the recording. It is like half an hour into working here that all of a sudden I do feel a little bit more locked in. I can kind of focus better. When I first start these, it's a little bit, orienting myself, and then, figuring out what direction I'm going to, and then then there's the talking and the narrating here too. And so But yeah, so while I'm talking here, really, if you guys notice, I'm really just blocking in this one color. So I've already done the shadows, so that it's just a matter of going in now with this pink, and working into around the shadows, trying to leave the shadow there, but working into it. And then then after that, I'll come in here with more red, and try to balance between the two. And this is in the shadows here on this side where I'm working right now. So this will be darker. There's a lot of pink being red in here. But it's still very cool. And dragon fruit's actually pretty warm looking. So this is, this is just part of the local color here. They're kind of different colors too. The one I'm working on now is much more pink, whereas the other one, it has more of a, it's almost like a mango. It's more like a red pear look. So there is a difference between the two as well. I'm assuming the pink means it's more ripe, or less ripe. It's more developing, and the mango is more ripe. Okay, so that's kind of it for the pinks on that guy. So I'm going to come in and take a little bit of the yellow, and add it to this mix. I think I'm going to take some red light to it as well. And this is what I'm going to use for this guy here. I might have to lighten it up though a little bit. This, by the way, this line here is background. I had to lower it. Now, the ultimate goal as an artist when you're working this way is to be as exact with your color mixes as you possibly can. So, over time you get better with mixing with color. I mean, I have immensely so. It's I used to always struggle with color, and it was just like 1 year it clicked for me. And it wasn't really terribly too long ago, actually. It was like 10 years ago, around there. And it was just, what it was is I had to start, I was teaching community classes, meaning it wasn't like college or university or high school or anything. It was like setting up at the community art center and teaching, like a classroom full of people how to paint, for example. And what I found myself confronted with challenge-wise in that was most of the students had issues with painting or color mixing, and so it was and it was unique kind of, I mean, there were some similar problems, there are certain problems that most people struggle with the colors, but each student had kind of like a unique thing, and they were always so desperate in the sense that I was trying to help somebody, but they would always chime in like, "Oh, I need your help," and it was it was almost interruptive in a way, but what I found I had to do was, instead of going to those people, I started just verbalizing the colors that I had to mix from across the room, and I found I could do that, and I didn't think I didn't know I could, so it was kind of like, wow, I know how to do that, and it was just all the way before then, I had no idea, because in the studio I still always felt I struggled with color and stuff, and then here I am. I was kind of faced into that environment, or placed into it, and sure enough, I can do that. So it just goes to show, though, it's like it's time, it's practice, and all of a sudden you'll find that your understanding of color gets better. You get more intuitive with the colors you have. Now, what's one thing that can help with that? I think a limited color palette. So rather than relying on all these fancy colors, the green or the special green or the special red and all this other stuff, that, mind you, usually don't have any business together. You'll look at all these individual colors you might have in your color bin, and they really don't kind of harmonize very well together because they're all these unique colors, and they're all over the place. Just try to, work with, let's say, at the minimum or the most, let's say 10, and just work with those colors and see how you can work with them. Now, I personally use, if we look here, this is really, if you ignore the green, and I don't even really have to have that green there. This is, blue, red, yellow. It's the primary colors, right? Except what I have is I have different temperatures of each. And so, the red light is a warm red. The alizarin crimson is a cool red. Phthalo blue I consider to be kind of a cool blue. And I personally consider the ultramarine to be warm. You'll find different textbooks say one's warm, one's cool. They vary. So it's really, it's up to you really how you define or apply it. But one is definitely warmer or cooler, right? They are, and then with the yellows, I usually go for, a yellow medium and then a yellow, lemon yellow. Now the yellows, when you mix them together, ideally you just get like a pure yellow. But what I did find is when you mix like the blues together, you do get like a Superman blue. So it is kind of like pure blue. And then the reds, really, it's magenta instead of the alizarin. When you mix these two together, you will get kind of like a pure red. But what I found is if you also have magenta or supplement it with magenta, you'll still get a pure red when you mix those two. So it's kind of having the primaries, but splitting it up into the color temperatures. But because it's so few, really, it makes all the color combinations easier to remember. And also, if you do your color wheels and you practice with your color wheels more, then it is it's like it becomes reflexive, right? Learning, so it's like a reflex. But if you got like all these tubes of paint that are all over the place, then it's hard to know what's happening. You're always mixing this or mixing that. You don't know really because there's no stable force there. There's nothing consistent. You're buying what looks good, but you're not really thinking about how it works with the mixing. So, now granted, there are colors that you need that you can't mix, or they're hard to mix. Thus, like today, I have a rose on my palette, for example. But the other ones are purples. I found very difficult to mix purples. I mean, you can with magenta and ultramarine, you can get a nice purple, but like this really deep, rich purple is much harder to come by. And blues are also difficult, I found, to work with. So if you're trying to do like a monochromatic blue painting, you're going to need what I found is you're going to need a lot of different types of blue in order to get the saturations up and get all the depth of space movements happening and everything like that. It's just not as straightforward. So Old Holland is a good company for the blues and the purples. Real pure color, lots of pigment. Expensive though. Okay, so redo the highlight here. So now I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to go with just alizarin crimson into the first one and warm up these guys a little bit. The purple is a little too cold. But again, watch how much paint you're putting on. Don't, be careful not to gob it on just yet. You want to keep a thin coat, the first layer. And really as you go, to be honest, each layer, or passing I should say, that you do, it's going to get thicker because you're just adding more. But it's not really, it's not really going on top, it's just adding to the pile because it's all still wet. Excuse me. But I do think you'll find the zone as you work. You'll start finding that a lot of times overthinking things, really has no, because you'll end up like, I don't know, even like you start questioning your abilities and stuff like that. Just kind of think of things as they go. How do I do this? How do I do that? How do I do this? How do I fix that? How do I, how do I apply this? How do I apply that? Try not to anticipate that too much, but you make sure that you do follow through with it while you work. It's kind of like the correcting things when you see them thing, because if you don't, then it turns into bigger problems. Okay. So adding a little bit more dark again. Making things a little bit warmer on this one. Okay. Smooth that out a little bit. One of the things too, which it was one of the things I never really realized, naturally, I guess. Somebody brought it up to me when I was in college. But it's effective. And say you're not opposed to doing a painting over a series of sittings, right? Which a lot of people aren't. Doing the painting in one sitting is kind of difficult for a lot of people. So when you get to the point where you feel like you can't really progress anymore or do anymore, if you notice, there'll be like these slight little buildups of color right here and there, where you put things, little raises. Now, when you're doing an alla prima painting, that's great. You kind of want that. It's kind of the effect in a lot of ways. But if you're going for that detail and stuff, and it's just easier to let it dry and then still continue once it dries on the detail path. Then the thing, get everything covered, do at least one layer or one pass, try to do two if you can. But then take a fan brush and very lightly, and you want to angle it so it's like, so it's not like direct, angle it on a side, So let's see, actually I got one here I can demonstrate. I won't actually like fan this one out, but you want to kind of fan it like this, right? Very lightly. And what that does is it'll blur it a little bit. You'll see a slight blurring, but it'll get rid of all those raises that you have, and you can go, X and Y when you do that. And if you don't mind that blurring just slightly, it makes the world of difference when you come back in once it's dry the next time. Everything's flat. It takes color very well. You're not fighting all these bumps and everything. So it's very, very useful in that way. Okay, so now I'm going to go into the part that makes these so dynamic, and that is these green, yellow highlights or ends, and they're kind of a mix. And I'm going to isolate them first, I think, with the green, and then go back in for some kind of like blending. But the dragon fruit's really nice in the sense that it's complementary in its nature. So it has this nice rich purple, but then it has these nice vibrant greens and yellow greens to it, to like all the finning or the fins and all that, It's really quite nice, and it gives it that exotic kind of feel to it. It's very unique. So I just used some lemon yellow and then green, and I make like a lime color here to start with. So this is, think of this as just the blocking in, if you will. If I have too much color, which actually I do on this one, I'm going to just go in with a Q-tip and remove that color, so I don't have to fight that area so much. And I do find Q-tips very useful for that. Add a little bit more yellow. Now my lemon yellow is actually a permanent yellow, which is a little bit more transparent, meaning it's not as strong when it comes to like color mixing, so like as I'm mixing it here, or as I'm applying it, I should say, it's mixing really easily with other colors. I might recommend cadmiums for this, if you're okay with working with cadmium. Cadmium is a much more solid color. It's more opaque. It's strong, though. It has this strength to it, and that's really kind of the nice thing about cadmiums is that because they're like the yellows and the reds, and they tend to be the warmer colors. Which if you guys already work with like a lot of acrylics, especially, they're very transparent. They're very hard to work with. You really have to isolate the surface to work with them, or do like an underpainting of white where the yellows are, so that when you do apply it, you can see it real readily. Now, the oils, it's a little bit different because of the cadmium. They're very opaque. So that's one thing here. The yellow I'm working with isn't. So I'll end up going back into these a little bit with some cadmium here later in the process. But my main priority right now is blocking in. And there's also all these other color transitions with these fins. There's like, oranges in there and stuff. And one of the nice things too is, I mentioned the cross contour before. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where, while you're blocking in, if you have the opportunity to be able to just utilize like one mark direction, I do encourage it. It does give it more of this solid feel. If it tends to be cleaner, but it's direct in a way that gives it the strength. It's almost like authoritative. So, that is a nice thing to strive for. I kind of think that, now you're talking about master talk, though, when you start, looking at that kind of stuff. So, I don't think a lot of people can do that readily, anyhow. It's something you work up to. But I'll never forget, I was in Spain. I forgot what museum I was in, but I was in Madrid, and they had the Picasso's Boy in Blue, and I never really thought much of it until I saw that thing in person, and he literally did like this one brush mark that flowed, that rendered like most of the arm, the highlights on the arm, anyhow. It's the way he handled his brush marks, and that it was really just like, it's because it looks so real. Like the shirt looks so real. Then when he got up to it and he looked, and it was just one brush mark, and it was just like, oh my god, that's just amazing. But how he got to that, I'm not sure. So maybe he worked up the painting to that point and then kind of laid that in there. I would like to think so, but maybe he did all that in just one swoop. I am being a little heavy-handed here. And it's partly because of the color. This color is very lofty. It's Rembrandt brand. The Rembrandt brands are, well, buttery is another word. They're very buttery. They're really good to glaze with, but for straight painting, they can be a little slippery. So that's the lemon yellows for the Rembrandt. I typically work with Winsor & Newton for most of my colors, but I do have like all these carryover colors from certain times of my life here that I've been using. I always buy the big tubes, so sometimes they last forever. A lot of paint is kind of similar to pastels, with oil paint anyhow. Yeah, acrylics as well. Um, so so it is recommended that you work with, say, what we might call less pigmented paint, or paint that might be, I don't know, cheap's a good word, but the materials might be a little bit more primal or primitive. Yeah, Winsor and Newton's kind of a good example of this. I mean, they're good to work with, but when you compare it to like Old Holland or even the Rembrandt paints here, they're much more stiff. Uh, it's almost, they don't, they're a little bit more resistant when they work. Um, they tend to dilute really easy. But that's the Winton. So the Winsor Newton also has the artist series. And those are a little bit better. Those are better. But the point I'm getting at is, as you go through the passes, you might want to, if you have a lot of different brands, or if you don't mind purchasing a lot of brands, you may want to. I might recommend that you use better quality paints towards the end of your painting. So use the Old Holland paints at the end. Use the Rembrandts at the end. Start with the Winsor Newtons to get everything broken in. It's cheaper paint. It allows you a lot more fixes, errors and stuff like that while you're working. You can be, you can apply so much more of it in the beginning, and then as you go along, you slowly start using pure color paints. I'm gonna have to fix that there. So I made a little error there. Okay. So and that's how I work with pastels. And so pastels, I start out with the cheap new pastel, and then I go to the Rembrandt pastels, which are pretty hard. Then it's like the Schminkies, and then what is it, Snellier. So but so part of it's finance based, but the other part of it is the practicality of it, meaning it, using stiffer, thicker paints for the beginning is actually easier to work, and then when you get to the end, using really these loftier, more intense colors that kind of go on real easy and smooth. They don't disturb as much, underneath when you put them on top. In other words. Okay. So I just want to make this correction here. So I use my Q-tip. So this guy right here, trim that. Yep. And then so you can always wipe it away. So if you're having issues with any of the mixing at any stage, take a deep breath, wipe it away, repaint it. It's not that bad. Okay. So now I'm going to try to go in with the regular yellow. So I'm using a little bit of red light with this. Trying to keep it pretty intense though, colorful in other words. So it's kind of like a yellow-orange. And there's certain sections here that are in transition to this more purple color. And it's in the green, so it's like a mixture of this orange and green. A lot of it kind of transitions together, if that makes sense. So you'll see both like the green and the orange, let's say, next to each other. Actually, another thing I want to fix is this guy. This is a little bit, the angle's off on this. I'll come back to that in a minute. Always think of your cross contour while you're making your marks. Even if you're working almost flawlessly as far as like details and shading and stuff like that, the direction of your mark still resonates. It plays a part, and how things not only let's say visually feel, but it also represents the volume of the shape, or the three-dimensionality, if you want to use that as a word, of the form. If you're just kind of slapping paint around and stuff like that, it's harder to get that depth effect. So and for me, the way I'm doing it, I'm working relatively fast here, so it's more obvious in the marks I'm making. But what you're going to find is that, at least what I found, is that even if you are very, very careful about how you're working, there's still a feeling that passes to the painting because you work three-dimensionally like that. That conveys that depth of space. So so I found it important. So even though that you might be, say it's drawing, say you might be shading it just perfect or whatever, and well, if you do it in the direction of the form, it's going to look even better. So one of the things too, as I block all this in here, what I do recommend personally is, as you go from pass and pass, so like technically I'm still on like the first pass here, as you go into subsequent passes over everything, don't be afraid to just do marks and let them lay there, because a lot of times what makes these detail elements stand out is the fact that it's not blended. But that first layer, there is a lot of like blending as you're working, just simply because you're putting the material down and you're trying to find that right tone or that right color. But once you get that on, then you're putting these marks on top. You're proclaiming it or exaggerating it. However you want to see that. Okay, so I'll come back into this up here. This is interesting, this part of the fruit, this mouth that I'm working on. I'm actually going to take the Q-tip into this, but it's almost like, it's flared out. It's almost like a balloon, first of all. And so, how that you have that end piece there. It almost looks like a balloon end after you tie it. But if you look close in there, um, I mean, initially when you look at it, it's just kind of like a gray. It almost looks like, like tree bark or the interior of wood, like the branch. Um, but when you start looking at it, it's got all those dots in it, like the fruit does. So it's almost like the inside got turned inside out there. It's just dead, dried up, whereas all the good fruit's still on the inside. And that might, very well be how this plant operates. It's just an interesting seeing that like that. You can't really see it from here, but it's when you look at it close. Anyhow. There we go. Yeah, this is a good one. There's a lot of color combinations in this. Okay, come back to the orange. I do have to watch the time here a little bit. It's actually kind of late. I always get too late into when I can do this and record everything. So what you guys watch here might actually be a combination of the night prior and the next day and editing. It'll still be wet when I wake up, so I can work on this later. And I'd rather get it done tonight. It's just that 3-hour thing I was talking about. Identifying when you can get the 3 hours. I do think this one won't take as long though. There's a lot of elements to this that are a lot more straightforward than the past couple. The textures, for example, are really more about smooth color transitions. Okay. And this guy. It's almost like a Matisse color palette. Okay. And then we'll go to the next one. Same thing. Rinse and repeat. Slightly different color. Okay. Let me work this out. Okay. red light. And some white to it, with some yellow. And it's the warm yellow that I'm working with now. And again, too, it's, you always got to keep in mind, not everything, is going to work out perfect every time. I think I've been saying that in all the videos. It's one of those things, it's, you do the best you can, but every once in a while you get these things, or, sometimes it's the other way around. It's like every once in a while you do something that you actually feel good about, especially when you first start. That seems to happen, that feeling happens quite a bit. But, you're always going to be in that where there's going to be some works that are greater than others, more significant for whatever reason. You always just do the best you can. And a lot of times, too, those works that you feel are failures, the funny thing is, it's a lot of people really like them still. At least that's what I found. It's, you think it looks terrible or whatever, and then it's like, well, these people really, really like it, So, like, when we judge our work, you want to keep that in mind, is that there's this thing that a lot of times, we are our worst critic, in a way that's a good thing, because it forces us to, continue to try and all that, but, change and do better, and, we're never happy with what we have, so we're always, improving, but then, the other point, though, is that can be really a bad thing, because what happens is that, at least, it's a lot of people then just discredit what it is they've done if they don't like it, and they either don't show it, or they throw it away, or those kind of things, and that's no good. You don't want to be doing that. So, and it's because of that, so other people might actually really enjoy that, It's just, you're being very critical of yourself. But there's that bar that we set for each other, or, ourselves, the quality control bar. And sure, if you need, to have that, but I don't know, I just find it interesting. Because I kind of wonder sometimes, like, how much, what people do is really good work, that we're just not seeing, because they're kind of censoring themselves. Another thing, while I'm working on this here, I'm kind of bringing in the highlights, but they're a little bit more warm, like orange, or I don't know. It's kind of like the cool warm. It's almost like a vermilion orange that I'm putting into it on this front one here. Don't feel like you have to get everything perfect and tweaked the first pass. As you continue working at painting, it's going to get more receptive over the time lapsed. And it very well maybe like the next day, where you come in and the paint is still wet, but it's had a little time to firm up a little bit overnight. And then when you work into it, it's going to receive that color that much better. But the other thing is, too, when you first put color down, you're kind of guessing in a way. You put the color down, you mix it out, and you're like, yeah, that looks pretty good. And then you put it down, and you're like, yeah. let's see what happens when you put another color down next to it. Optical mixing is a thing. So that is true. The colors will change a little bit depending on what you set next to it. But don't get hung up on it, I guess is what I'm saying. Just get it close. But as you go through, because with at least what I found with working with alla prima, or direct painting, is it's passes, and each pass you do, you get more and more accurate. The whole picture starts coming together each pass. So it's a little bit, you're kind of closed-minded when you're in there the first pass, because you're not seeing everything yet. So you don't see how the colors are reacting to each other. I mean, even this right here, when you look at it, it's very artificial looking. It has these really kind of outrageous colors. The background's really these blues, and then you combine it with the colors I'm putting on here. Everything's kind of a little, I don't know, artificial looking. So but the important thing is that you're working through the color temperatures. You're working through the first steps of understanding the color dynamics that you're working with. This will get better the next step, the next pass. Think of it as putting that first pass down. You're kind of figuring that out. And really, I'm kind of doing two passes here at once on the first layer. And then after this, then I'll go in to the background and work into that. And then I'll work into the plate, and then I'll work into the box. Each time, each pass you do, you'll get more exact. Your marks will become more precise in how you apply them. They'll get more colorful as you apply them. Anyhow, that's the idea. And so you do, when you do get close to finishing your first pass, you do want to make sure that everything that you've been doing is kind of where it should be. You don't want to be making too drastic changes to the composition or proportions of things as you go after the first pass. So it doesn't mean you can't. It's just it's harder to reestablish everything each time each pass goes. So you do want to just keep that in mind every time. So don't feel defeated right away is another point I'm getting at with that dialogue. Just keep on the path. You don't have to solve all the problems the first pass. Especially if you're new to painting. Maybe as you get more comfortable with everything and things start gelling more as far as how you do things. There's a little bit of an overlap here. Okay. Now, if you really want to start learning color, I do recommend doing color wheels. And actually, I recommend, you can do oil paints. That is what I'm doing here. But I have found acrylics are better to learn color mixing with, just simply because they dry so fast. You have to remix the colors. So, it's almost very frustrating. But because of that, you end up learning the colors faster. The color mixing, and it sounds trivial and boring, but there's a lot of benefit in making color wheels. Um, they're almost childlike. It's like because it's the stuff we remember from either grade school or high school or something, and it's like but they're actually they're really good, a good exercise. Um, so don't try not to feel that way. And then the other thing is painting outside. Well, from life for one. But like still lifes aren't really quite the same. Granted, I'm painting from real fruit and stuff that will start kind of decomposing here. As time goes on. And depending on the fruit that you do get, or say I decided to do a plate of eggs here, and I'd probably roughly have about 4 hours before the still life looks weird. Because the eggs start drying up and the color, changes and all that. But plein air, working outside, it really forces you to start working faster, and just doing that alone kind of wakes you up in a way. It kind of brings more attention to what it is that you're doing. So that's another thing. Don't be afraid to get one of those French easels, or I personally prefer an A shape easel, and I weigh it down. But it's just do that and get out and force yourself to do that. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna just swing back. I want to go back to that opening there and that one real quick, and then I'll go to the background. So this I'm just going to go in with white and green. And take some of that green I mixed. And it's kind of like, it's a lot of, maybe a little bit of yellow in there too. But it's a very, like, whitish type. It has green in it. So that's another thing too. It's like when you're dealing with highlights, try to see the color in it. So even if it's like white, like if somebody's wearing, say you're doing a portrait of somebody, and they're wearing a white shirt, try to find the color, in the highlights and the shadows. I mean, it's going to look white, but there's color there. So, once you get that color represented in there, it should really start popping a lot better for you. It'll have more depth. It'll actually look more realistic. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to add a little bit of that. And before, I just noticed something else. I'm going to do the stem here. The stem has more yellow in it, but it's a similar bleached out kind of color. And it connects to the pink here. Yeah, so don't try to discredit what you do. Somebody's going to like it. Yeah, and then, then there's the other interesting, I think, point that comes up in a lot of artists' lives is there usually comes a point where artists have to either get rid of their work, give it away, or sometimes people burn it or throw it away, and it's because eventually there is this time where not everything does sell, or you couldn't find a home for everything, but you kind of literally start running out of storage for things, so that there's another interesting kind of issue that develops there, and how do you handle that, or do you just ignore it, and a lot of artists, they just ignore it. I'm trying to think of who it was. But a lot of these artists, or artists, I'll say, they'll have thousands of paintings or artworks when they pass away. A lot of times, and so somebody has to, then kind of find homes for them, or do something with everything. Okay. This one's feeling a little bit better to me now. Some highlighting. There's a number of issues with it to work out. There we go. Okay. Okay. So it's a little on the tinted side, so it has a lot of white in it. It's very pastel-y. That's okay. I'm not worried about that right now. It's only the first pass, technically the second on the fruit itself. But in order to really make things pop here, I think what I'm going to do is go into the background. I don't want to necessarily push the background dark. But I do think I'm going to make it darker. This time, though, I'm going to go with the green and orange as a mix, or the red light, I should say. I need it to visually separate more from, I need it to have a green-ish look to it, but the subject matter in this case, the background does not work well being on the bluish-purple side. And it's mainly because the subject matter, and even the plate itself, is very purple and blue, so I'm going to go with a little bit of a greener. Maybe I'll add a little bit of. Yeah, that looks good. I'm going to add a little bit of lemon yellow to it, and it gives it this atmospheric feel, and it should still feel, I'm hoping, a little bit blue, like kind of like a little teal in it. But when you work the background again, don't feel, feel like try to make corrections to any parts, because again, in essence, we're working back to front. So if you need to change anything, like for example, I need to change the height on this dragon fruit here. I did it with the lines I did earlier, but I didn't really make those changes in the background. So this is when I have my opportunity to do that. I think I have to go even darker. It didn't really change in tone. So I'm going to go ahead and use some phthalo blue. Phthalo blue, by the way, is very, very strong. It also dyes, so meaning like if you get in your clothing or anything like that, it's going to dye your clothing. So just be careful with the phthalo blue. There we go. Yeah, that's better. And it's got more of that aqua feel to it. But yeah, it's very strong. It's a big one. I do recommend going with like an X and a Y when working the background. It kind of gives it more of a flat feel, especially if it's like a wall. One of the things too you want to kind of work on trying to correct, because you're inevitably going to be doing this in the sense that we go around these forms when we work, but we want to be able to not necessarily have a halo showing around it. So make sure you go after you kind of outline the form, kind of make sure you clean that up so that you don't have this halo effect behind it. And this I'm going to bring in. There we go. I might actually have to extend this out a little bit. Yeah. Made it a little too short. So I'm going to bring the fruit out just a little bit more there when I go back into it. Now for the plate, I'm going to go in and make sure I'm working with, the background next to the plate. I'm going to go in and make sure I have a more green. So I put a little bit of lemon yellow in here. And it's mainly because the plate itself is very purple. So I need to combat that, separate it visually. So it's a similar color otherwise. But it's much easier to apply than the first time. I don't know if you can see that. Having that paint down from the first time helps immensely. Bringing it in the next time. So it's not really tacking up yet too much though, which it's very humid here. It's kind of a strange day. It was really nice, and then all of a sudden it got a huge wave of humidity. I don't know if that's what's possibly making this again, it's very, very buttery. Let's go a little bit darker. There we go. So, when we talk about color theory, that is the other thing. So practicing the color wheel, that's good. That helps. But then, looking at color theory as it pertains to the wheel, as it pertains to like how you perhaps compare or when you juxtapose paint and temperature or color in your paintings, how does that really affect that, and the decisions you make? Because so often when you look at things, seeing the color is really, really just a hint. And when I look behind here, behind the fruit in person, what I'm seeing really is an effect that's being created in part by the bright color of the fruit. So I am seeing kind of like this turquoise, color, but there is a little bit more of a atmospherical blend on there, which I'll try to incorporate on the next pass. But and that's kind of like, I refer to it like a staticness of the eyes, how the atmosphere blends and stuff. Like the fog of stuff. But, that kind of stuff is more difficult to paint directly. Layering, it's a little bit easier. So when you're working with like mists, things and, hazes going over things and structures like that, you can do that with glazes much easier. Okay, bring that in. There we go. Just more soft. Okay. So I'll leave the background alone for now. Well, I do want to get, now looking, so one of the interesting things is technology. So, because when I'm looking at the painting here in person, I'm not seeing it really, but when I look at the camera here, I do see that there's a halo right here. So I'm going to add some more dark. So try to get rid of this halo effect. So, using your camera or your cell phone occasionally to look at your work isn't a bad idea. Yeah, another example of that is this spring we had aurora borealises. We had the northern lights, come down to the States, quite a bit. But in a lot of cases, you couldn't really see them with the naked eye, but the cameras picked them up, the cell phone cameras. So it's kind of interesting, So a lot of times it just goes to show that our sensitivities to color aren't necessarily all that. And sometimes with the guide of things like, digital cameras, we can see things that we wouldn't normally pick up. But with that said, I have noticed that the camera quality of color isn't that great, but it does pick something up. Is really what I'm getting at, I guess. Picks up things that we don't see, but it's still not very accurate as far as what the color actually is. So. Okay. Yeah. And this is also, I'm going to bring this over here. This is a bit too blue. It's also noticing the camera. Okay. And then I'll leave that be. There we go. Now I'll go to the plate. Now the plate has a lot of purple. Blues and purples. I think I'll start with the blues. It's like a mix between the two blues. It's more on the purple side, but it's almost like a cold. It's not intense though, so I'm going to take a little bit of the dark and turn it a little grayer. There we go. Okay. And that is actually the plate here. Oh, too light. There we go. Lower this just a smidge. Actually, I gotta thin that down. So again, always double look at what you did your first pass. Don't be afraid to make changes. Because right there, for example, I made that line too flat, and it was actually bloating the fruit a little more than it really should have. So actually, maybe that wasn't too late the first time. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, separate it from the back. And you can see the highlight, and I'm exaggerating it to this more blue, brilliant blue. So the blade's kind of like a combination of a light blue for the highlights, and then more of a purple, purple and also dark teal blue for the shadows. So a little bit of both. And then I'm going to bring that fruit out to about there. So, okay. This also, I'm going to quickly go in and just make some adjustments. My original pass, it's a little too big. Okay. Good. Now I'm going to mix some purple up. And this I'm going to try to make pretty dark. And this is going to be the ultramarine for the most part here. So I use the ultramarine and the alizarin. Let's see, that might be too light. We'll see here. Yeah, I think it's too light. Let's see how it looks. Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. So go with that. And then for the shadows, I have to go really dark though. So I'll come back in with another mix. Now that's another thing too, depending on how you do your imprimatura, But a lot of artists just leave their imprimatur showing. Like I know a local artist here. He uses like a dark, almost, well, it's like a very intense, but it's like a maroon, and then he lets it show through, in his final work, and it really is. It works well. So it's a good technique. Okay. So I'm trying to go for really a dark here to get these shadows on the glass plate. And so this I'm going to try not to blend it as much and just lay it. So after your first pass, blending, I do recommend less blending, so that it's going to be hopefully more mark making as you apply things. And part of that is because the once you get everything covered, it is more resistant to blending, because the oil paint is just much heavier, and so anytime you put anything into it to move it either darker or lighter or what have you, it just struggles, it fights. So if you're running into that struggle, you may want to just simply go ahead and remove some of the paint with a Q-tip or something, and then try that and go back into it. Hopefully the paint starts setting on you a little bit, though. If you do use liquid or another medium, it should set on you after an hour or two. Not completely, it'll tack up, but it makes laying color down a lot easier, because it's not completely mixing with everything. Well, that, and also the other thing too, it's going to look more in detail when you do that. When you just start putting marks down, all of a sudden there's a clarity of detail that you weren't really getting before. Bring that out just a little bit. There we go. Okay. Do some reflective elements. Okay. Now the shadow underneath, well, first I should probably do the highlight on the side. That is really kind of like it's almost like a blue yellow. So the edging here, the top part of it anyhow is blue yellow. And it does come down a little bit into the plate. And then this edge is like a light maroon. See if I can get it pure. And it's really part of the glazing process there. That it's got this warmer element to it. Ceramic glazing. There we go. And then this carries around the front. And serves as, it's almost like chrome. There's a dark middle. There's a highlight on the bottom. There's a highlight on the top. The back of it actually gets greener, so it goes from red to green. So I'll come in with green. All right. And the side doesn't have that chrome effect, it just has a highlight. So the other side, so I'm just going to mix some white to that. Kind of reflecting the pink of the fruit. Yeah. Put a little yellow into it. There we go. Yeah, and then I'll yep. And then the underside here is a lot more red. Running out of brushes. I have to clean some. Grab this one. Okay. So the underside of this plate is actually pretty red. So I'm going to use mostly like pure crimson for this. You know, in previous videos I mentioned the dark quality of having pure color, and so, and it is true. It's the crimson. I mean, you can do it with the alizarin, or I'm sorry, ultramarine as well. Like say if it was blue. They just have this way of making things so dark because of the purity of their color. You know, it's like if you used black, it wouldn't have that depth. And alizarin crimson is one of those things that really works well as far as putting depth into things. And so here, you know, we do have a little bit of reflective light underneath. So we have this hard line where the edges where we just worked. But then we do see a little bit of the plate underneath. And, you know, and then I'm just going to leave that line here for where the plate's touching the top of the box. And we don't really see it on this side. And the shadow goes even darker on this side. And it's just a really dark cast shadow. And so this is where I might just make this really dark and rich. There we go. for now. That's pretty good. And then I'll take what's in my brush and I'll bring it out here to expand the shadow that the plate is casting on top of the box. But I'm gonna try to take advantage of the color of the box that's on the box right now, and I'll actually just blend that for now right onto the surface here. And also, another thing with shadows, which is interesting, they typically are lighter on the inside of the shadow, and so where the edges are cast tend to be a little bit darker. So, like, for example, this part of the shadow, it's really kind of, I mean, if you really, really look, there's a little bit of light green in there. But this side, it's actually pretty illuminated. So, but there is kind of like this darker edge in that shadow, that actually is more green here. So then you bring that in like that. Ideally, on the next pass, I'll put some texture to it. But just get that in there for now. So, just like so. But now that I saw that under here, I am gonna. There is like a little edge shadow that's kind of like a green yellow. It's on the box here, so it's creating like. I'll do it this way first. There we go. And then I'll bring in the wood box grain here. Now the grain is actually, the box is parallel to the bottom of my paintboard. The plate itself is turned so that it's at an angle on the box. So, but when I do the wood grain, I'm going to try to stick with that because it'll be a contradicting element. I'll drop my brush. Let's see, got all these hairs in it now. Okay. So with the wood grain, I'm just going to go right to a smaller brush. I'm going to take some yellow, and I'm going to go into my older pile here of the orange. It's almost like a flesh tone, but mostly yellow for this box here, as far as highlights go. And this time I'm trying to give it a little bit of graininess, and so the marks that I do, I'm trying to put them into cross contour application. That is a little pattern oriented a little bit here. The angle of the box at is, it's hard for me to actually see the wood grain, but I know it's there. But like the detail of the grain it's hard to see, so I'm feeling it out the best I can as far as taking in the nature of the box. And this is one of the things with response drawing painting that we have to kind of start thinking about when we do paint. So because when we work like this, it really is like a form of response. We don't have the time to sit there and calculate all the details, if we're going to truly do this one setting. So one of the tenets of working this way, historically anyhow, since let's say at least the 1800s, is kind of like how you're interpreting it. The way you make your marks, the expressions that you use, the expressive nature of the marks. Not only does it dictate the quality of, the materials in which you're painting, so there's the realistic aspect to it, but there's also this emotional component to it that might reflect, for example, the energy of the piece or the nature of the piece. It gives it character. So, when we start looking at how we express ourselves with the mark making, but it's really how we're interpreting, as an artist, in front of us, the response of what it is we're looking at. You're going to respond differently, I would assume, to, a romantic dinner plate full of romantic food at a table setting. But if it's like something set up on a workbench, with lighting and a lot of the nature of the surroundings is kind of beat up over time, and then it's I think it will carry on a different feeling. But ultimately it's up to the artist. It's up to you to decide that. How do you want to present that? And then on top of that too, you want to also be open to bringing in color. Variety of color. So now I'm going to go in with a little bit more of a kind of like a tan, and try to complement or put this color next to the yellow that I did. But my intention is not to cover it up. Now at this point I'm thinking a little bit more in terms of color optical mixing. So I'm coming in here and I'm using it as kind of like a support to bring, higher, and you might even consider it like energy, to the highlights or to the transitions, and giving it that energy to the piece, the visual energy. Which I'm going to try to bring in here in the front. Now the paint will subside a little bit, the colors, and so that is one thing. With acrylics you see it a lot. You come in the next day and it's like, or even right in front of you, you'll see them get really dark, and the colors will absorb what's underneath, so it's real frustrating a lot of times with acrylics because, the color will just keep on absorbing as you work even. And you're adding more and more color, and it just keeps on getting absorbed and turning into the color underneath it as you work. Now, oils don't do that so much as you're working. You'll be able to see, your color lay there and stand out, but one of the things, there is a tendency for the color to soften, I guess would be a good word. So as it sets, you'll see it'll be less separated visually, whereas like right now, like these marks I'm doing are very contrast almost. As the painting dries, the highlights will darken just slightly, and they'll kind of come together. So in a way that the painting loses contrast a little bit, but at the same time, it actually does serve to harmonize things quite a bit. So in a way, it's at least the way I see it, it tends to work out for the best in most cases. Where the painting actually looks more resolved after it sets for a day or two or whatever with the oils. Now, just to be clear though, there are certain paints that will become more transparent as they dry. And so those are, colors that you need to start thinking about or being aware of, as you're working. And The one that really does it the most, in my opinion, is the flake white. When I was talking about the flake white, that one, it's really like obvious. When it dries, it really does. It loses its, becomes more transparent as it dries. So what you thought, like, so if you're using it as for like highlights or something like that, what you thought were really nice bright highlights with the flake white, there's a good chance when you come in the next day, it's either set or it's setting. You'll see that the whites aren't as intense anymore. Whereas the titanium white, it usually holds up pretty good, and it's more akin to like that softening. It does lose a little bit of its intensity, but it's still pretty good. But this is all more reason for everybody to start thinking about like how you're using your color, because if you're using everything more monochromatically and you're painting, like for example, just using white for highlights to the color, and when the paint sets and it softens, it's really just gonna kind of look like an uncolorful or muted painting, because really you're just using white to lighten things and maybe a color to darken things, and when it settles a little bit. Now if you use more color differences also with things, when it settles, those colors will really stand out to be unique on themselves. And so so that's another reason to invest some energy into thinking about how you do your color. It does help. So now I'm going to go and I'm grabbing some, I'm going to go into the shadows of the table here, and I'm going to grab some of this, I'm putting yellow into this previous green that I was working with. So I'm going for a dark green, but I really want to kind of, I'm going with this mark making, the grain work here in the shadows. Now that I laid in the tone and the basic color, but I do want to kind of bring in some of the depth here, so that it has that table or that wood feel on the texture. And I am trying to think of the reflective light. So as I'm working here, again, I'm not trying to blend it so much. I want those marks to be visible. So I'm trying to maintain that direction of the cross contour, but at the same time, I'm trying to find the the reflective light, as I lay that in there, and having that to be a little bit brighter, and then you'll have the the shadow, the crescent of the shadow there, be darker. But I am doing this, maybe not as gracefully as I could. Partly with the camera set up and everything. Because this will too. Just like we do highlights and shadows, when we get to color, another way I like to think of color is, so with shadows and highlights, when you're blocking in basic color, you have basically three colors, right? So you have the highlight, you have the midtone, and then you have the shadow. Well, with color, you also have the temperatures to think about. So each of those highlights, midtones, and shadows really should have, let's say, at least two, and then maybe three different colors in it to represent temperature and dynamics of color within it. So you might have a teal green, and you might have an orange green interplaying with each other within the shadow. Because again, just like what I was saying before about just working with the whites, if you're just using one color, there is a tendency for what to happen is it becomes more flat. Color dynamics they tend to rely off of, a lot of cases, complement. But many times it's what we would refer to as analogous colors. I live kind of on a busy street, so we have the pleasure of our local motorcycles going by in the middle of the night. Okay. So, and I think that's a good start, because at least we see the texture, we feel it. I didn't really, I have a little bit of color there, but you get to see the hints of the green, and then you see the orange and the yellow. And I did put some green in here, but then there's this red, so there's a nice dynamic there. But, for where we are now, I might just leave it like that. And now, start coming back in to the fruit and start working on the highlights there. Before I do that, though, I do have to clean my palette, I think, though. So I'll take a quick second. I'm going to do that. Yep. Okay. And I'll do a better job when I'm done. So one of the things there, which I didn't mention when I did it, but this is it's basically what they call a paint scraper, but it's, you get them at Lowe's, Home Depot, and it's just a razor blade in it. Mine, it's getting a little blunt. They're interchangeable though, so you can actually, swap out the razor in there. But you can, they're not expensive. They're only $4 or $5. I tend to just get new ones. They usually last, a couple of years before they become to the point where they don't clean well. But it's a good tool for working with glass as a palette. If you do work with palettes, one of the things I do feel cleaning is very important. I used to, when I first started painting, I never cleaned my palettes. Really, I would come in I wouldn't. Basically, what would happen is I'd clean it before I'd start painting if I needed to. And a lot of times I would just paint on top of what was dry on the palette. A couple issues with that is, one, you're always going to run into pockets of wet paint still that you don't see coming. So as you're mixing it, all of a sudden, oh crap, that's all that blue now got and everything I just did. So there's that, but it builds up and it creates this texture, and it just becomes hard to work with. So, I do recommend that you clean your palettes as you work, but especially when you're done working. Take the time. When the paint is wet, it's the easiest time to really clean that. So, when it dries, it, becomes more difficult to remove, especially if you have softer surfaces. Glass is nice because it does scratch, but it holds up pretty well to the razor, and and so far it's held up pretty good for me, this piece anyhow. But like wooden palettes or things like that, I see a lot of people work on cooking trays. Whatever, you do what you need to do, but those more permanent surfaces, they're much harder to clean if the paint dries on. But if the paint's still wet, it's pretty easy to scrape paint off and then rub it down with a little bit of terps when you're done. so you have like a new surface to work on. But, you know, I do recommend, you know, now if you don't like any of that, which I get that too, I guess, you can always just take a plate out of the cupboard, or, you know, maybe get one at Goodwill or something like that. But, you know, get an extra plate, something, maybe a serving tray or something that's fairly big, and wrap it in tinfoil. And then, you know, then when the palette gets unmanageable, just, you know, set it aside, let it dry, put another sheet of tinfoil on. But you should always, like if you're throwing paint out, you should always let it dry before disposing of it, like taking it to the curb. You shouldn't be disposing of paint, especially oil paint, while it's wet. Always let it dry. So like all these rags I use and everything like that, they're exposed. You know, they sit out for weeks. And then every other week or so I'll go around and clean up everything, put it in the garbage. But, you know, the rags are dry by then. As far as terps go, don't dump them down the drain. That's also not good. It's not legal. I don't think it would ever catch you, but it causes problems. You know, think of the centers that clear the water, you know, clean it and all that. You know, they're getting terps on there. But, you know, it's also toxic and all other stuff. But, you know, contact your local recycling agencies and find out what their rules are. It's different in every state. Our state, for example, it's certain days of the year they'll set aside for chemicals. So throughout the year, I'll stock up the chemicals and save them, and then, you know, that specific time every year, then I'll drive them out, and they just take everything for you. But, you know, try to practice the, you know, don't throw it in your backyard. If you're working in your garage, be very careful. You know, if they see that you have oil on your garage floor, you know, they think it's more automotive related. But even, you know, there's really not much difference, you know, especially if it's going down into the ground soil. So, yes, always just, you know, be careful about the materials you work with and how you dispose of them. So, okay. Alright, so now I'm going to go back into the fruit here. I'm going to start working with a smaller brush. And this time around I'm going to try to be a little bit more specific to, you know, the exact colors that I'm putting down here. I'm going to start with the yellow and the greens, and I might even kind of do like a little mini mix here, so I have some multiple areas to draw from. So one of the things with palettes, you know, especially if you have space in your palette and you have room to mix, you can like pre-mix certain swatches, if you will. So for example, I picked up some red in there somehow. Let me start that one over with the green, and then the yellow here. I can make that yellow green, but then I can just take some of the white here, and then I can kind of create a color cascade, if you will. You know, and then you can even bring it down and or blend it. So then you have this difference happening here, where you have the yellow and the green and highlight. You know, you can create these little variations thereof. Another, you know, interesting part of these segments here is this warm red, orange, you know, that's connecting to all this. So, you know, so in a way, you know, it's kind of almost reminds me like the Adobe, you know, the computer, you know, their interface. They have, you know, that big circle with all the colors, you know. So in a way, you're kind of creating something like that. just by simply doing these additional blends. Um, and then from here, for example, then I can really add on to the richness there, as far as what I might end up using. And then all of a sudden now I have these things I can just access. So taking a minute or two, to lay out like a little color, but, definitely be looking at what it is you're looking at, to see, when you do that. But then, now, ideally you can just go through and start accessing those things. So let's see here. Now that I've gotten here and did that, I think I will. So I'll start with the dark here. I'm going to start with the fruit in the back. So just grab a little liquid here. And, this one is more warm, the fruit. So I am going to take this dark and I'm just going to kind of focus it on certain areas first here to clean up. But to give them character, I was a little quick in the first pass. So now I'm going to be going in and looking for nuance a little bit more, to highlights and the shadows and stuff. But, just starting with the darks, I'm only looking for little marks here and there. Not getting too crazy with it. Finding the contrasted elements. But, it's more about the mark than it is blending at this stage. So as you're working, try to think of how you're adding that mark. To either give it a highlight or depth. And, if the paint's, because like right now I do have a lot of paint on here, and it is kind of fighting me a little bit. And so I'm having to go stronger, darker, so that when I am laying this down, it's matching. And hopefully, you won't run into too much of that. And again, a lot of that has to do with how heavy you were when it came to laying the first layer. So keep that in mind, when you start. Again, be thin, right? Be thin with your coats. And then, things, they just apply so much easier later. Now, this is the part here where I had to make some corrections. So there's this fin that I had misplaced. I'm also going to extend the fruit here. So I'm going to bring down, I'm going to cover this. This is all very dark right in here. Cross contour has X and a Y always, so depending on the orientation of your object or whatever it is that you are painting, if one direction isn't working, then you can go the other. Usually one direction though is ideal, depending. Yes, but sometimes they'll do like a cross hatch to bring that in. But yeah, I'm just kind of really focusing on the alizarin application here for a lot of this detail work here. And there are minor corrections I'm doing along the way. Like this one, there's another one here. But this is all pretty dark. And I'll come in here, darken that. I think I'm going to thin this out. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's going to bring this down. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll make this slightly darker here. Okay. Now I'm going to just try to keep my brushes to the colors. So I'll grab another brush here, and so this will be the greens. So this is where I'm going to try to add that edit I did here. Add some yellow to it. And I picked up the background color. A lot more yellow. A bit of red. There we go. Okay. To this. Oh. Mechanical brushes. Alright. So I'm going to come into this leaf. This leaf is tricolored. So the inside is, it's kind of like this pink orange. And then it goes to this green. But it's yellow. Let me get some more yellow in there. And again, I'm not trying to blend it as much. I'm looking for the mark more. And part of that is just, it keeps it cleaner. But if you don't have the form in place, or the form fell apart somehow when you're doing it, you're going to have to go back in and rework it. Yep, so this one has a lot of crinkles in it. And if you're able to really take your time with this kind of stuff, you'll see, like, just looking at whatever it is you're doing, you should see, like, a lot of different colors. So, there's this possibility where you put one mark here, and it is like a cool light green, and then you put another mark here, and it's more like a yellow green, right? But then, then if you look, then the tone changes, and then it's more of a dark yellow, but has orange in it, or, a little bit. That was, I thought, darker. Let me hear. There we go. Yeah, a little too dark in it. But, it's all these little marks. So it really, instead of doing this where you're blending, it's the mark, putting these marks together, and letting those marks kind of work together to create the form. But, that does take time. And so always try to think of at least having, at the very least try to have 3, recognizable areas of color where you're working. Because it just adds that depth to everything. And, but at the same time try to avoid that mistake of trying to blend everything. At first, sure, because you have to get that down, you have to make a start, but a lot of the professional painters, when you watch them work, a lot of them, they have enough experience where they just go right to it, right when they start. Watch them work, and they're really solving all those problems right from the get-go. Now, I wouldn't recommend that for somebody starting, though. You gotta kind of set up these tiers, if you will. Okay. So yeah, and so I'm just kind of finding those levels now, going back and forth, looking where to distribute, how to get that, shading in. So again, it is recommended dark to light. So if the one element's darker than the other, go ahead and try to follow that guideline or rule, But, if you can't, it's not a huge deal if you can't. It's okay. But, make an effort to show the different shifts in value with the color at this point. Don't feel like you have to, blend everything. At this point, you're actually mixing the color, applying it. That is your color. Not blending. It's a hard thing to get over, really, and I found pastels to be the easiest way of kind of seeing how that isn't really a good thing. Blending. So soft pastels. When you get that, unless you're really wealthy and you can afford all the different colors, but for most people, most people are really only working with like the 15 or color piece 30 piece color kit, of say maybe Rembrandt pastels. Those are pretty strong colors, so when you're working with them, you got to kind of start figuring out, how do you put color next to color to make what it is you're trying to do. And it's very tricky, and at least for me, my first impulse was to blend it, so get in there and, let's blend it. But what you find is, unless you're spray fixing an awful lot, the blending, it's like it muds up on you. And then it doesn't want to accept any more pastel after a certain point. And, so then you're kind of left with this other alternative. And that really comes down to how do you put colors side by side in their pure form right off the stick to make the visual effect you're making. And once you start experiencing that, because the pastels, it's easy because you're not really mixing the color at all. You have the stick, right? So you just do that and you start working with it. But the problem is with painting, it's so easy to, with oil painting, it's so easy for those colors to blend while you're working. So, so always do the best you can. But think about that. And it is really foreign to think about. I think until you do kind of experience something like that firsthand. And then once you do experience that, then it's like, oh, okay. Okay. Going to, I didn't have a pile for my pink. Create another mixing pile here for the pink. And purple, really. And so one of the things, when you really start studying the fruit, you will start picking up on like little textures within it, even though this dragon fruit's very smooth skinned. You can do there is kind of like a spotty texture though, pigmentation in it. And so, ways to kind of create that, is things like dabbing the brush. Because again, you want to avoid that feeling that need to blend because all the paint's wet. So one of the ways is the dab method. And just by dabbing the brush there, within the bright red oranges that I left, that helps. And visually they kind of work together. And that's that idea of the pastel part I was talking about. So you have, two colors, you're not physically mixing them. You're letting them, live together, in other words. And so, that's another way of working, we see that in Van Gogh, Seurat. Seurat was literally like pointillism, a lot of his work. But, it's really, I think you can use it in a textural manner rather than method. Because when you look at Van Gogh and Seurat, they're really, it's more of a method for them, and how they're working. So think of it as like, when you, depending on the texture, maybe, and then how do you apply it with the texture to create that texture. That might be an easier way to envision it or get it to work for you. Because, the only issue I have with the method is that then all of a sudden everything is applied or coarsely, or in a cross contour fashion, but heavily, or or at all, like in Seurat's case, it's all very atmospheric. So it's not really, I don't know, it doesn't have that look at the texture for area to area of normalcy. It's assimilating, in other words. So, okay. But that's the kind of stuff that you might be focused on, when you work. And everyone does. Everyone prioritizes things differently. How they approach their work. What is it that they're trying to accomplish, and in a lot of cases, it is kind of like this form of learning, where you're trying to explore something, and so the work is really, it's kind of like an assignment, exploration. And that's kind of the work I like doing. How would I do this? How can I do that? And it's like the challenge of that piece or whatever. All right. And I'm going to bring some of this up here. There's a little red on the edge here. Some of that, that's actually come along pretty good. Gonna add a little white, red light. And then I can reuse a lot of these mixes, and the other one when I get to it here. The other one's a little bit different, though. Again, this one's more orangey red, and the other one has a lot more purple to it. So when I get to the other one here, but I do want to kind of finalize this recording up here. So let me see, time-wise for you. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to go quicker here to get that done. And then I'll just call it that for the recording, and then and again too, for you, working at home, or whatever project you have going, don't feel like you can't just go back into it once it dries. If you do, I do recommend you oil out before you start working, and really what that means is you take the medium, and you put you put a pass of the medium over the surface before you start painting again. It just helps it look like it's the same painting, the same session. It kind of gives it that feeling that it's connected to the painting that either dried or was from previous. Now, if you're using no medium, again, a lot of times you can just go back in and work the next day, literally, and get everything, and play that way. And so, okay, so same thing. I'm going to go with the darks first. Basically the same color, and so alizarin crimson. Using a lot of liquid into this, but then I'm also bringing some of that rose into this color here. And this one, uh, it also has a little bit different quality to the curl of these fins. As the other one, these both came in a package. It's not like they were lying in the bin, like like they sell the oranges and stuff like that. At least the place I was at, they were in these packages. So because of that, the fins were a little flattened. But it's okay. But I'm just looking at, again, where I can make my mark. I'm not, I'm looking just in those tonal areas, right? I'm not looking to blend. Blending is happening though, but my priority really is, how I'm putting that mark down. So, and I am kind of short stepping it a little bit because I'm using one color. I'm applying the one color in multiple areas where it's really recommended that you look at every color or every area before you add the color, because it doesn't really work that way. Again, you're gonna mix a little bit of color. It's that shading principle. You'll have a little bit of a color mix, and then you'll add a mark, and then you'll have another color mix for that transition, and you'll add a mark. But it's similar enough where I found that it does help to go through, and then you can make unique adjustments later. And so, but I do, that's a challenge for everybody. So challenge yourself to see if you can work like that. If you can, I think more power to you, because that is kind of like the thing a lot of people avoid when it comes to this type of work. So if you find yourself where you have that ability, that patience, if you will, to focus on that, be able to mix your colors like that, mark after mark after mark, you'll probably have some pretty good paintings. So I do, and it is really recommended practice, really, to work that way. And at the very least, you're going to be learning something from that. I think I have to go darker. Got something in my eye. Okay. So I am thinking, though, that I'm going to be coming back into this. It's going on 12:30 here, and again, I was off to a little bit of a late start, and um, so I do think I'm gonna wrap this up for tonight. This will be wet still tomorrow, or I can do the finalization with everything. So, but it's so far so good, but might go a little bit longer here, but just come back in a little bit later. I always do recommend, though, if you do, if you are going to do a transition like that, where you're going to come back in the next day or something, try to leave at a point that you kind of do highlight shadow, before, uh, finishing for the day, where you have, you're not like leaving it in mid development. So at least follow through with whatever it is you're doing. Say it is the highlights, right? Follow through with those at the very least. And if you can, follow through with a course of highlights to shadows. That's also very helpful. It's just that the paint does tack up a little bit, and or in some cases it does dry. I don't think this is going to be dry tomorrow. And if it is, it's fine. But when it's dry, you typically have to go through the set of motions again. Meaning, like, you have to start with the highlights again, or I'm sorry, start with the shadows and then go with the highlights. Midtones. So kind of go through the whole motions of all that kind of stuff. In order to get everything up to the pace. That's darker. Oh, they almost look like fish. It's cool fruit. Alright, so I'm just gonna pop some highlights here with the rows, and then I'm gonna wrap things up for this evening. I'll come back at it, finish everything tomorrow. There's really not much left to do, but it might be like another hour here. So it's just minor. Just ran out of time. And again, that's okay. Just let everyone know to, like, wet on wet doesn't necessarily have to be, one sitting. But we'll see too. It might be dry on me tomorrow. If that's the case, then I'll just leave it at this. As far as the recording goes. Which is still pretty decent, actually. When I think about it, did pretty good. But I'm sure I'll be able to come back in here and at least finalize things here. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. So I'll be back. Tomorrow. Okay. Okay. So I am back, and we are going to finalize this painting that I started last night. The paint is still wet, so we're in good shape. The one thing we want to always keep in mind when it comes to going into and reworking oil paintings, if it's still wet, then technically it's still that alla prima state, which is the wet on wet. Just to summarize, culturally, I think most people think of the alla prima as one sitting. So there'll probably be some argument there as far as that kind of thing for the true, like, idealists out there, romantics, when it comes to this process, which there are quite a few. But as far as, like, when it comes to the actual material, the oil paint and how it cures and all that other stuff, there is a little danger when you work this way. And one of the things you want to keep in mind is, like, so if it's like dry but at the same time a little plasticky, meaning like it hasn't quite cured, or, well, it won't cure for quite a long time, but it'll be when things are touch dry with oils, you're usually typically fairly safe to kind of go on top of those. But one of the things you want to kind of be wary of is when it has like a little bit, like it's almost like touch dry, but it's a little rubbery. You can paint on it, but if you're too thorough when you cover that kind of state, in essence, what you end up doing is you kind of create a seal over something that hasn't really dried or or gotten to that touch dry, which causes a problem because then that layer that you put on top sets, and then the layer underneath is, it still kind of reminisces into that half state, if you will, and it eventually does dry, but it'll cause the top surface to crack. So and so there's a lot of painters over throughout history that they had deadlines and things like that, and and so that being in a hurry, they would just kind of continue painting over that. And what I found to be is, again, just to repeat, the danger is when you cover it over completely, like you create an entire layer over that. So if you're on that teetering area, just keep in mind, try to be a little bit more sporadic with your marks. Don't cover everything, and you should be a little bit safer in that way. But that's at the same time, we live in such a different world. A lot of people, when it comes to process and technique, they don't care so much if the artwork doesn't last 100 years or, so on and so forth. It's not really something that concerns them. But it's, it's something to be aware of. So if the paint's not wet, or if it's, in between, I would always recommend just wait till it's touch dry completely before you do another layer. And when you do another layer, try to oil out, as they say, and coat it with liquid or whatever medium you're using before you begin working into it again. And that's the recommended practice. So this is still wet here, but it is a little bit, setting, so it's because I did use liquid. So certain areas do have a little bit of tack. So for demonstration purposes, I'm going to go forward with it, but in practice, I would recommend that you wait a little bit. If it gets tacky a little bit on you. Now, if you don't like, or if you like, I should say, working, like over a period of days, then I would recommend everyone starts looking, or whoever that is, look into traditional mediums, or just maybe even working with the paint directly. Oil paint does take like a week to dry, and in a lot of cases 2 weeks, depending. And so then you won't have this issue really as much. So okay, so to start here, I am going to go back in here. I think I'm going to start perhaps with the background. That right now it's overly solid in one color, and so I'm not too happy with that. So I'm just going to go in here. Actually, I got a wrong brush. I'm going to grab, well, I'll stick with this brush. So I'm just going to grab some blue, and I'm going to take some red to it. So blue and red also do quite well as far as complements to each other. You kind of get like a dark brown, which, lends itself, to a kind of version of black. Typically I use the red and the green more often, but, this mix works pretty well. And I'm going for a dark, but I do want something that separates that green a little bit more. So I'm kind of going for like this midnight kind of purple, if you will. Add some liquid here. And I just want to really clean up a lot of the edges here as well. So the first thing I'm going to do, though, is try to identify the corner again. So I'll come in here. There we go. And this will help separate visually. Give it contrast to the back. And because the paint's still wet, it's allowing me to do a little bit of blending here. But I'm using it a little bit more. I'm kind of bouncing it around a little bit. I'm not kind of, peppering it around, I guess would be the word. Partly for, kind of what I was, talking about just now. you do want to be a little careful because there are pockets here. Because I was using medium, last night when I was working on this. So there are some areas here that I am feeling that as I paint here that it has a little dryness to it, but most of it's pretty wet. So it's so by not like layering a complete layer over it, it does help with that. And so in the sense that if there's otherwise it may lead to cracking of some sort. And that's a whole thing too. I discussed it in a earlier video. But if you start working more like with glazes, that idea of like how paint cures and this idea of fat over lean, it's that physical characteristics that you kind of want to start monitoring as you work, especially if you're working in layers. And what layers are, it's like the medium, like a traditional medium, is one part linseed oil, one part turpentine, and one part Demar varnish. And when you work with that mix, it's really fluid. It's almost more akin to like working with water, almost the way it goes on. It really gives a looseness, but to the paint, but it's also at the same time kind of solid, because that medium, when it does dry and cure, it really protects the paint, and it's a really solid bond. So over the years, it holds up, preserving the paint, if you will. And you're doing layer on top of layer, but the key part of that medium, though, is linseed oil, which, as it cures, is going to have those same properties I discussed. And so when you're doing layering, it becomes more and more important, because layering, you're literally putting like a sheath over everything, encapsulating what's underneath. So when you go from layer to layer, you really do want to monitor, how you're handling that. And that is when, like, 2 years will go by and everything looks great, and then all of a sudden, you might start seeing these little cracks appear. And a lot of times they'll appear at the edges of things, meaning like, like where I am right now. So where you have like a heavy application meet up to another heavy application, you'll start seeing cracks right there. If you paint thick, like alla prima, or plein air if you're outside painting thick, but you can do it in alla prima as well. That you might run into as well, and that's a different type of thing. That's when, like, if you paint so thick, we call it impasto painting, but if you paint so thick that it's literally gobs of paint, like, so the people that work with palette knives, for example, what you might run into towards the end is, and I've had it happen to work I've done before, but the funny thing is it doesn't show up right away, because what happens is the paint is so thick that it kind of creates kind of like a gel tab effect. So the outside cures, but the inside it's squishy. So so it's dry to the touch and everything. But when you push it, it's it's rubbery. It's because the inside has wet paint in it still, and so the paint never dried. And it'll eventually dry, but it might take years. And as it continues to dry, it shrinks. And so then it pulls, in on itself, and you start seeing these cracks appear around brush marks and gobs of application. And that area, like next to, outlines of forms, if you will, that's where it starts showing up. So that's, just be a little wary of that. So be careful on how much paint you use. Now, if you do know you like to work heavy like that, they do have mediums for that. And so oleo pastel is one. Sennelier, it's lead based, but Sennelier makes a really good, it looks like clay, but it doesn't really affect your colors. It's real thick, and it helps give the paint the body, but it's designed so that it dries, thoroughly, so you can work real thick, and it'll ensure that the paint throughout the gob, if you will, dries, and you don't get that issue. So it always helps to research your mediums a little bit, to see what's available and what's out there. So because I am applying this, not wholly, I'm doing it in marks. And part of it's for that breathing, that I was talking about, where, I'm intentionally not trying to cover the entire surface. So just keep that in mind. The direction in which you make your marks becomes more important all of a sudden, because you don't want to create like something that doesn't three-dimensionally make sense. In other words, you want to maintain whatever it is you're doing so that it works in your favor structurally. And and you can continue with that a little bit too. If this was like bone dry, I would recommend bringing other colors into it. So that you have more optical color temperature happening in the back, and increasing the dynamics that way. But I wouldn't get too crazy with things if you're just going into a work that is setting. Just do what you need to. Let the color that's originally there show through, like I'm doing here. Maybe try to do a little bit more of a soft brush effect, so it doesn't have such striking marks. So I might actually just dab over this again here and just soften those marks so it's not so streaky. But again, it's really because of the way the paint is setting and stuff is what you want to be aware of. And for the future, like, so when you're doing future projects, always give yourself an understanding of the drying times. So to review, try not to encase paint that's semi-dry. Give it spots to breathe. Now, and there are some people that actually like those effects, where, they like to create a cracking effect, or, antiquing, some people refer to it. And they actually do have, like, solutions that you can use for that, like mediums that will, cause that. And usually they include, like, what we refer to as dryers. Dryers are chemicals that have been developed over the years. It's traditional, so it's more, it's not as modern really, but these chemicals, facilitate drying, and for example, you only need like 1 or 2 drops in a typical traditional solution of medium for it to like dry within a day or two. So if you ram that up to like 8 drops, you'll get these interesting cracking patterns in the paint you work with, because it dries so fast. It causes the paint to kind of fracture in certain patterns. Yeah, and so this side I'm just going a little lighter, kind of softening it out. I wanted to have, so you can see the background's coming up. Give it a little difference. Let's see if I can darken that. There we go. So again, I'm not trying to blend it as much. I'm just putting marks. Avoid blending when you're reworking on a semi-dried painting, if you can. I'll just soften this here. And like anything else, it will also, like if you wet it and let it sit for a little bit, it's going to loosen up what's underneath of it. So you could do that as well. Apply it and then come back to it a little bit later, and it'll have a little bit more movement to it. And in a way, it also helps because what that's really doing is it's establishing a connection with the underlayer. So that might even be encouraged, really. There we go. Okay. So I'll leave it at that. It has a little grainy effect, but I kind of like it, especially with everything being so expressive. In addition to that, it kind of helps bring the piece together, because otherwise that background is really, really flat. So I'm going to continue with this color. Again, this is a blue mixed with the red, but what I'm looking for here is darks, just in certain areas here where I want to push the shadows. Let me remix it here a little bit. So I might recommend using more of the phthalo green, or blue, I'm sorry. When you do this. So it's not so purple. Okay. Another thing to maybe mention real quick too, while I think of it, there's this idea of, well, it's not an idea, it actually, just happens, but you'll notice, as, a painting, sets, over time, it'll slowly, initially it will be more matte, so you'll see this, like, more matte kind of impression, but you're also going to notice that over the next several weeks it'll get drier and drier looking, and that's part of like the oil curing and drying, and it gets like really chalky. Oil paint really, if you're not using a artificial medium like I am, like if you're using a traditional medium, or just using the paint straight. Oil paint will literally take like a year to set, cure properly and fully. And because of that, depending on how much patience you have, try to resist the urge to varnish it until then. Because, the varnish is a more fragile layer. Whatever the varnish is, usually it's Damar. But Damar is brittle, and so if there's any movement in the paint underneath, it has a tendency to crack. But once you do seal it with Damar, it usually looks pretty good. So you do want to varnish your paintings, but try to hold off on doing that until everything's really cured. Now with these direct paintings, if you are using liquid or an artificial medium, it has a tendency to hijack the curing process to the oil paint, meaning it subverts it a little bit. So the paintings become more stable sooner, but that's kind of hard to really say, because you don't really know how much, liquid you're really, or, how much of the medium you're really applying to it. Because a lot of people don't necessarily use a lot of it. They, it's still mostly oil, meaning like it still mostly has, it's going to still cure slowly. So that's another thing to kind of keep in mind. But like with liquid, what I do is I just once it a couple weeks goes by, and everything I start seeing like the shiny spots, I'll throw a coat of liquid on, and then I'll wait like a week, and then I'll throw another coat on, and then it usually looks pretty good. But even then, over time, and this is true with varnishing too, it's you're going to find that you're going to want to revarnish things every like 5 or 10 years, hopefully just every 10 or 20 years, but it all depends on the quality of the the varnish and the application of the varnish originally. Now there is a way to varnish with like a stand oil. So you put the Damar with like a stand oil, and you get like a really thick honey type of application. And the idea is you lay your artwork flat and you apply it, but it's really, really tricky because it takes literally like 4 weeks to get so it's like touch dry. And during that time, it's like fly paper. So everything sticks to it. And so, you got to have like the perfect environment for all that. Okay, so I'm using basically the same dark here. So in a way, you could think of this as like a key application. I'm not covering everything. I'm just using it here and there. But because I'm using that same similar dark everywhere, it's kind of helping bringing everything together. The key, if you will, when we refer to, usually people refer to it as like a black. And so then we, CMYK, K is key. So a lot of times that's kind of what it, people are referring to. So it's something to just be, a little aware of. But it brings everything together. So there's some here. And this is, a fairly dark color that I have here. But I'm just applying it to areas I see it. I don't want to go all over the place here with it too much, because then it starts, affecting the composition and the structure. I'm going to use a different color for that. But again, starting with the darks here. really looking for these areas where I can improve. Now I am working from life. The still life did shift a little bit from last night. The fruit kind of lost a little bit of its tension, and some of these fins here, and this guy rolled over a little bit. That's to be expected. So whenever you work from life, you have to start, compensating a little bit for things like that. Like say if you're working off of a model, the model's going to move. They're gonna have itches. They're going to be stretching. When they go back to their original position, it's going to be slightly off. The leg might not be quite in the same direction. It might be just an inch over. And it's the type of thing that upsets, those of us that are, OCD, or really strict, and you need to have everything just way, a certain way. But, it is part of the profession. So it's like a skill you do have to kind of develop. And, you got to rely on your memory a little bit. And this is kind of one of the issues with photographs and working on photographs. If you don't have prior experience working from life, you end up just really copying everything. Like, you might as well just be a photographer. Because you're not giving yourself that freedom to add or embellish certain areas. But because when you work from life, you have to. The things are going to move. If you're doing a landscape outside, the sun moves, changes, by the hour. Color changes because of that. Clouds affect the color. There's all this stuff. The studio is more controlled of an environment. But, the still lives, so if you cut an apple in half, by the end of a 2-hour session, that apple is going to be like brown. Originally it would be this nice kind of like cream color. And so here I added a little bit of alizarin crimson. So I'm still working in the darks, but I'm using more of the red. And getting away from that more black or dark application than I had. And again too, just to stress, you don't want to go embellishing or covering, I should say, everything when you go back into working the next day on an alla prima. I don't recommend it. So just, kind of put your marks, let them lay, continue thinking in that mark making application. And let them lay there. But try to avoid like putting an entire sheath of color on. You're just pushing darker, enriching colors. One of the nice things too about working this way though is luminosity effects are more possible because there will be a drag underneath the paint. So it allows you to stretch the paint over a surface a little bit. But again, it's not a good practice to do that. It's going to lead to problems later in the drying. So you'll just have to trust me on that. Because a lot of times it won't be obvious right away. It's going to be like a year or two later. It's like, oh, that cracked. So just using that same red, focusing on the shadows. I'm trying to, another way to think about it is I'm going for gradation, so if you can't blend it, that means you got to kind of apply it in gradiated form. So it is, I found successful to, kind of pepper your brush, or, the way, use like small, more limited strokes when working this way. It has kind of a way to make things, details, where you don't have to necessarily go and rebuild everything. But again, it's not necessarily ideal either. So and this is, when I was talking earlier in the video, this is what I was referring to. When you are, say, you're running out of time, or you have to wrap things up, but you're not done, trying to, go through the dark, the midtone, and the lights to a certain degree. Try not to leave something like in mid-development if you can help it. Because when you go back into it, if you can get away with just minor applications, you're better off. Because, say this wasn't developed fully, and then, I came in like this, there's a very good chance I would have to really kind of apply it to everything again. I'd have to, all the way from the midtones, the shadows, to the highlights, I'd be going in with everything, and having to cover everything. And at that point, you really do have to wait until it's dry before you can do anything. So if you do leave in like an unfinished state, or things aren't solved to a certain degree in that regard, you're going to want to just let it completely dry and come back into it after it dries, because you're probably going to be covering most of it again anyhow. So at least that's my advice. And so a lot of this is really just contrast work. I'm just sitting here contrasting things. I'm not trying to correct really anything I did yesterday. I'm just trying to enhance it a little bit, give it more of a feeling of finish. And that's also something that's difficult, I think, for a lot of people to control. It's not the painting, it's their ability not to, to quit finicking with things. It's like we have this tendency that we have to keep on, like, playing with it. We got to keep on doing this, we got to keep on doing that. Just let it go. It is, these are expressive paintings. It is what it is. It's like a pastel is a pastel. It's gonna probably have large, marks to it, because of the way the pastels are. Watercolor is gonna probably have a washy look to it. It's watercolor. If you're trying to make it perfect, I don't know, so you might be in the wrong medium, or process. I might recommend that you start working with more traditional processes. If you like that, like Dutch master style, that's, it's beyond real, it's like just amazing. Well, you're not going to really, you're going to have a hard time getting that with direct painting. That's more process driven, so you'll be doing layers and working the layers that way. You're looking at luminosity and transparency with lighter high keys underneath, all that kind of stuff. And that's where that kind of detail work really sings and soars, and that perfection. So it's you gotta always look at it, what the work is in regard to how it's being painted or how it's being created. I do hear an awful lot of people judge, especially, not to knock the hyper realists and stuff, but they are very, there's a caliber that they're always going for, for to be accepted in the group or whatever you want to look at it. And I kind of wonder about that a lot of times. It's because it's a little superficial. It's they're not really necessarily looking at the spiritualness of it. In a sense. So it's because it is you're applying things in a manner that has expression. And so once you start losing that expressive application and how you make things. I don't know. So, but it is just something to think about. Think about who you're trying to please, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And why are you doing that? Whereas, that's just one opinion, really, or one group's of opinion. Okay, so now I'm going to go to a little bit more to the mid-range, but what I'm doing here is I'm using this rose, and I'm mixing it with the red light, and what you're going to find is it kind of creates a cool orange, that's real intense, and it's very similar to a color we call vermilion, and you can buy vermilion pre-mixed, but if you don't have it, just use like a rose color, but then again, or magenta, and mix it with that red orange, and you should be able to get, that cool orange, which is kind of a, unique color in a way. Anyhow, so I'm going for this like mid-tone here, and I am going to come a little bit into the back with it, but the back one is more or less finished in my opinion. It has everything that I really was kind of going for as far as the optical, bringing forward and the intensities of the colors. There's not a whole lot of refining I need to do back here, but it will help bridge the solidity gap. It'll give it a little bit more volume, form. But I'm not going to go and put a whole lot of this into play back here. Just enough. Like here, there's like this little light that comes through the shadow, so that might be kind of nice to see a little bit of that. Kind of peppered right there. And then where the shadow kind of clears it. And, just a little bit to warm up. And then, that also gives it a little volume too, where otherwise this area feels a little like concave almost. But you got to be careful with that. Like right now I'm right on that cusp of being too light in brightness, where it's separating too much visually. So going with a darker color, might be better. Keep looking at what it is, that you're painting too. The interesting thing about the dragon fruit here is it does kind of have like a granular effect, visual effect on the skin here. But it's a smooth, waxy skin, so it's kind of an interesting juxtaposition of texture. So in a way, by painting it the way I am, it kind of makes it look more texturally rough, but it does make it more expressive at the same time. So it's just not these flat kind of lay-ins. I am applying a texture here that's giving it that effect. A little bit too solid of a line there, but it's okay. Try to avoid, lines on edges if you can. It used to be well, it still is, I guess. It depends where you come from, but it's a mark of people look, when they judge like caliber of quality of a painting, and if they're seeing the artist is using a lot of outlining within the painting or relying on outline in any way, it's a deduction, if you will. So, it's more of an older practice, though, to be honest. The times have changed quite a bit, and so. But that back in like the 1700s, for example, you wouldn't really get too far into many exhibitions if you're doing that. But nowadays, I mean, you got people outlining things, painting into the outlines. It looks like a lot of cases like just like a comic, and done in oil paint, or the people mimic the halftones, for example. It's just a different world, and so really, a lot of these traditional rules, because of that, I take a little lightly. There's just too much out there. And then really when you look at it, I feel that you're just catering to a certain segment of ideal. It's like a performance ideal. But, many people aren't really looking at that. When you look at the person on the street. Okay. Give it a little reflective light down here. And then right here. I'm going to darken this a little bit. So it's that idea of color intensity. And this is where, at least for me, this is where the opportunities are for you to mix that exact color, and apply it with the mark stroke. And I talked about this earlier in the process here, though. But you'll find artists that do this, right from the beginning. They'll mix and match their color right away and be very accurate with it. Which I really admire that, and so if you can, I would say give it a shot. See if you can do it. It's not as easy though as it sounds. So, and I don't recommend people learning to paint try that right away, and usually they'll end in a disaster. Okay, coming along. So I'm going to bring this nice pure color in the front. Try to bring forward the form. So this is that saturation idea. More saturated colors will leach forward. So whenever you're working, where you're trying to manipulate the depth of space effect, I recommend just making it more intense. And visually that's going to spring forward over the other. So it's and that's the truth. Anything really. If you're doing landscapes, for example, think about that. How are you reseeding the landscape? Don't necessarily rely on just adding white to everything to push it into the background. How would you do that with color intensity? So it's a little bit more of a mixing, color mixing issue. Complements. So a complement is the color that's directly opposite the color on the color wheel. So for red, it's green. For blue, it's orange. for purple violet, it's yellow. Um, and ideally those colors suppress each other equally. But it's not as really clear cut as that either. I've actually been finding that the watercolor or the CMYK color wheel is more accurate, especially for oil painting. And I think it's because there's so many transparencies in oil. But the complements are different. So for red, it's cyan. It's not green. And then when you start mixing those using that logic, I found that it's actually more successful in many cases. So, so color theory is great, but it's a theory. It's confusing. But there's a lot of it, so it's important to learn. So now I'm pushing the highlights here. So I did the darks, I did the midtones, and now I'm doing the highlights and select areas here. And so I'm getting close to wrapping it up here. The table I'm pretty happy with. I think I'm just going to leave that the way it is. I could play around with this edge a little bit if I wanted to, but for the video, so I might do that, on my own, but for the video, I think, this is pretty good. This is a fun, I'm going to do another one of these. It has like a very, I don't know, well, tropical, but it's almost like Mardi Gras feel to it. These colors, they're just so festive in a way. It's almost cartoony. But I do want to slice these open and do a still life with the insides of these showing a little bit in contrast. Because they're very white on the inside. But they have that, like, it's almost like little dark dot seeds, in it. But I think it's it's an interesting additional contrast to texture. That would have some benefits to a painting. Darken that somehow. There's a little lightness right here. And just a smidge right here. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna grab some red light here again. This time go a little bit lighter. Just to help balance this out a little bit. Give it a little bit more structure. Increase its warmth. Okay. Now for the highlight here, I'm going to go with ultramarine. Add some white to it. And so I'm going to add a little bit of the pink to that. And I'm going to do kind of like a build up here a little bit. And so I'll apply the highlight. And then on top of that, I'll put a little bit of yellow for the shine. But this is very limited. It's only in certain areas where the highlight is buffering on top of the wax. It's like a waxy, so it's kind of diffused. It's actually here as well. On the green. Oh, a lot of color in that. Huh. Somehow I'm picking up. It must be in the previous application. But just a little bit. That's all that's needed. You don't want to overdo it. Just a little bit. And finally, oh, went a little bit too high. Okay. Yep. So now once I do that, then it's just a matter of going in with a little yellow A lot of white, little yellow. Ooh, dirty white. There we go. Well, they just really work well together, that blue. So if you have kind of like a warm highlight, having just a little resonance of the blue around it, it's kind of complementary. Um, they just settle well with each other. And now bring in a little bit more of the warmth. And for that, it's really just the red light and the yellow. And that should kind of tie it all together. Again, key is not to overdo it. You want to let a lot of those other temperatures kind of show through. But it really kind of, warms it up and brings it forward nicely. And we'll add a little bit here to help settle that. Okay. Just need a little softening. A little too much contrast here. So I'll just try to grab a little blending, try to maintain its structure. There we go. Okay. So, not terrible, but I've done better pieces here. So, overall, it was, I think, a pretty good experience. I enjoyed it. This is different for me working with this. So I'm just going to be adding a couple things here and there, and I want to pop a couple highlights on this tray, but at the same time, I do want to get the screen a little bit, more highlighted. Give it some roll within the piece, if you will. So be sure to visit your local supermarket. Be inspired by the produce section. Or the farmers markets are even better. One of the things I don't like about a lot of the supermarket produce is that it's all it's been kind of like cleaned up, trimmed. So if you go to the farmers markets, a lot of times you'll see they don't necessarily do that. They'll leave a lot of the parts much more untrimmed. You'll see the roots. You'll see the leaves. They'll leave the stems on. And those will have a lot more interest in a lot of ways. A variety, if you will. So, but not everyone has that. If you do, feel fortunate. I live a little bit more in the country, so there's not really large city areas around here where I'm at. So I do notice, ironically, we don't have a good variety. But if you're in like a city area, a lot of times if you go to the markets in the cities, you'll see all sorts of different types of vegetables and fruits and everything that or from all over the world in a lot of cases, and so I take advantage of that. So there's nothing wrong with doing things that might not be native, let's say, to you. Um, you know, exploring that kind of thing. So in your work, it's like a little bit of a novelty. Darken that. There we go. Going too late there. And this highlight is fairly interesting. It's kind of like a dirty brown. If you can hear that, that is the town fire drill. The number of times they go off, the worse the incident is. But using like here, it's the reflective light from the table. That's more of that warm light from underneath. I'll try to clean up the edge here just a little bit. And same here, it has a very rough feel. Jigsaw feel, kind of. And there we go. So there's a lot of additional things here or there that you can always do, but I think for the most part, I'm fairly happy with everything. You can just keep on painting, of course. No painting's ever finished, as some people say. It's just learning to know when to stop. That's sometimes the issue. So I think I'm going to call it there, just so that I do stop. So, okay. All right, guys. Thank you. So take care. Thanks for joining me. Hit the like button, subscribe, so I can keep on doing this. Again, my goal is to do this, one every week at least. This was a long one, so I think I'm going to try to trim this down a little bit. I don't know. And so it's, in a way, these longer recordings are also unique. So you can always fast forward through the piece. So, so maybe I'll keep doing these longer ones. So, all right, guys. So take care.